to the second day of the International Seminar on Indian Epic and the Human Condition in Search of Answers at the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Gold Park. Following yesterday's thought-provoking inaugural session, we look forward to deepening our discussion today through 4 engaging sessions. Without further ado, I would like to initiate our first session. Before that, I welcome our respected chair and speakers onto the stage. In this session, we will have presentations from Professor SITANSU Chakravarti, Professor Prabal Kumar Sen, Professor Lili Biswas, and the chair for the first session is Professor Ashok Bohra, and I have the honor of formally introducing him to the audience. Before that, I welcome you all onto the stage. So, please welcome our esteemed speakers for the session. I have the honor to formally introduce our chair for the session. Professor Ashok Bohra is former professor and head of the Department of Philosophy and Dean of Arts, Faculty of Delhi University. He was the member secretary of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research from 1995 to 1998. He is a well-published author of over 200 research papers and articles in national and international research journals, anthologies, and newspapers. He has published several important volumes, including Wittgenstein's Philosophy of Mind and Mind, Moral Self, A Philosophical Perspective, co-authored Radhakrishnan, His Life and Ideas. He edited Revelation, Reason and Peace, and has co-edited The Philosophy of K. Satchidananda Murthy. He has also translated into Hindi Ludwig Wittgenstein's 4 books, Philosophical Investigations, Uncertainty, Culture and Value, and Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. He is currently engaged in writing books titled Hinduism, Its Saints, and Applied Indian Philosophy, Hinduism, Hindutva, Humanism, and Human Rights. So I'll request our Honorable Chair to take charge of the session. Thank you.
Is devoted to Mahābhārata and Rāmāyana. So without anything, I like now Professor SITANSU Chakravarti.
Shekhar Chakravarti, that's who you will visit.
Okay, Shekhar Chakravarti, whom I am meeting after a very long time. I don't know, sir, whether you recall it, but I met you several years ago here in Calcutta. So I invite you, sir, now to speak on virtue ethics in the Mahābhārata.
I believe I will get about half an hour.
Well, everybody will get about 25 minutes, plus 5 minutes for discussion.
Namaskar. Api Bhavatam Kushalam. In English, there is a saying, how do you do? In Sanskrit, I believe it will be Api Bhavatam Kushalam. Well, let me, I am Sri SITANSU Shekhar Chakravarti. Let me bring out the flow of thoughts the way I want to follow the flow. First of all, there is a day, World Philosophy Day, celebrated by UNESCO in November each year, toward betterment of the world situation. But they celebrate world philosophy, meaning thereby all over the world, but not necessarily going out of the Western philosophical system. But on our part, we follow world philosophy, bringing it different traditions of the world together in philosophical deliberations toward the betterment of the world. All right, so what it is virtue ethics, by the way? I'll be doing the world philosophy in the second, more inclusive sense here. I'll be getting to Mahābhārata. Give me a couple of minutes before I get to Mahābhārata. These deliberations don't go to show, well, you Westerners are certainly better and best, and we have something to show of our own. No, that's not the mood I'm going to follow. The mood I'm going to follow is how our tradition, the Mahābhārata, can be of help to philosophy doing of the day. And philosophy, by the way, to repeat, is very important for betterment of the world situation. What is virtue ethics, by the way? In the Western world, there are three traditions of doing philosophy, moral philosophy, ethics. One is Shiparnaji Maharaj mentioned about, I guess, two of them. One is deontology, which is, as we do following the Western world in every way of life, going by the legal situation. It's bad, it's wrong, because it is not going against law. Deontology, we are being dictated by our our imperatives that have been handed over to us. Let me read out a couple of lines from my writing. The latest book we have published in traditional Indian virtue ethics for today. The three main theories contending the theories in today's Western ethics known as deontology or duty ethics. Consequentialism, which is what matters is the action leading to the desirable consequences. This is called consequentialism. So what is good and a good action? The good action is that which leads to consequences desirable for all of us. And the third one is, we talked about deontology, duty, consequentialism, and virtue ethics. Virtue ethics is, we don't necessarily follow some dictates. In India tradition, we don't say these are all exclusive contending theories, but we may have some deontological moments and some consequential considerations, of course, because we have to look at the consequences the actions we're going to take to are leading on to. But those are not the prime guiding considerations. The prime guiding consideration is the virtue that Swami Vivekananda talked about, man-making. So the human character is made the right way, so that I will go to Mahābhārata soon. We'll go to the, when did we start? The human character must be built the right way. So the right actions obviously come out to follow for desired ends, for the whole world to flourish together. Well, virtue ethics is traditionally, in the Western tradition, is related to the name of Aristotle. Aristotle is known as the famous virtue ethicist. But virtue ethicist was not absent in the world before, not maybe in minute details, but the spirit of there was there, and that I am going to show with the help of a shloka from the Mahābhārata. Mahābhārata certainly originated before Aristotle came into the picture. All right. So let me start with a shloka. This shloka, actually, once long ago, I wrote a book, Ethics in the Mahābhārata. And I was inspired by my maternal uncle, the great Sanskrit scholar, Anantalal Thakur. And he presented me with this shloka, and I will read this shloka out to you. And I was absolutely, it was such an inspiration to me. I thought I should follow on this. Now let me read this shloka out. Ijja, that is performing sacrifice. Ijja adhyana, study. Danani, making gifts. Tapa, and undergoing austerities. These are the 4 activities being mentioned here to start with. Ijja, dhyana, danani, tapa. And then 4 other kinds, not actions. Satyam, shama, grina, alova, iti margoyam dharmasya smita. So what is being done here? I can give the reference of this. This is from Vidura Niti 535, 56, 57. So 4 actions are mentioned to start with, and 4 states of mind are mentioned following up on these mention of these actions. One is ijja, adhyana, danani, tapa, satyam. Tapa, these are 4. Satyam, shama, grina. Grina is benevolence. Alova iti margoyam dharmasya smita. Dharma has 4 ashtavidha marga, 4 ways of dharma are being mentioned here. Tattva purva chaturvargo. These 4, the former 4, which ones? I wish we had a blackboard. we believe in lecturing. I don't. Tatra purva chaturvargo dambharthamapi sevvate. These four former, they mentioned the four dharmas. These are four dharmas. Swami, ki naam tha bole the? Bhajanananda ji Maharaj. When I mentioned this terminology, he appreciated very much and said, keep going on. This act dharma and attitude dharma. These are the differences between these first four kinds and the following four kinds. Tatra purva chaturvargo dambhartham api sevvate. I am making gifts to show how great I am. Dambhartham api sevvate. Again, somebody who needs money, I give money, throw the money. One gold coin on his face. You take it. So there is quite a fault with this kind of action. Why? What is the fault? The fault is the supporting virtue is missing there. Herein comes the word virtue. The character state is missing here. That can support, add the ethical tone, the supportive ethical tone to the action. Tatra purva chaturvargo dambhartham api sevvate. Uttaras, is this clear to everybody? These four previously mentioned ways, the action dharmas can be done with a wrong spirit. Uttarascha chaturvarga, the following four kinds, na mahatmasu tishtati. Only they subsist only in Mahatma people. So these are attitude dharmas. This is the difference between virtue and action. Now, here the actions that are mentioned are not necessarily moral actions. They may be called spiritual, ijja, do sacrifice and all that. But we can blend this distinction onto the ethical dimension, in the ethical dimension. In ethics, we can, there can be a dictate, donate, but the donation must be from the right perspective, or else it promotes corruption, nepotism or corruption in society. I am donating to my son. All right. So this is how virtue ethics is mentioned in the Mahābhārata. We got mention of virtue ethics in the Mahābhārata. And a lot of deliberation has not developed on this in the Mahābhārata right here, but certainly the Gita deals with virtue. And what virtue specifically in the ethical situation will the Mahābhārata promote? Now I will come to that as well. All right. Let me read out there is in the Mahābhārata, in the Gita, of course, part of the Mahābhārata. My maternal uncle used to say the central philosophy of the Mahābhārata is there in the Gita. Gita is not just an add-on, but all that is there in the Mahābhārata is concentrated there in the Gita. All right. So, in Gita, in the second chapter, so which one will be an outstanding virtue in the Mahābhārata? In the Gita second chapter, well, this is what I would like to say, claim, Samatyam Yoga Uchyate. Well, yoga has now been deliberating to acrobatics. I don't minimize the yoga postures, but that's not the whole of yoga, as Swami, Ramdev or Vamdev, he has been teaching us. That's not the whole of yoga. The whole of yoga is much deeper. Samatvam yoga uchyate. I intend to translate the word samatya as even-mindedness. Oh, not, this is actually Gandhi's translation and Radhakrishnan's, but I would like to translate it. This is even-mindedness is their translation. I would like to translate it as harmony within. So it leads on to Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Moksha is what? Moksha is not just simply codifying, encapsulating moksha in cessation of future births. No. Moksha is freedom here. Moksha is freedom. Freedom from the binds of the senses and being in perfect happiness, ananda. Brahma is ananda swarup. That ananda is already within us. We don't have to go out for it. It is already. It wants to come out. See, how many minutes?
You have some time. 10 minutes.
Okay. In Rakta Karavi by Ravindranath, Nandini keeps on knocking on the king's door, and the king says, "It's not time yet." So Ananda wants a knock at our door. So what is Ananda? Ananda is Brahman, the Shuddhananda, the Brahman in its full form. That's the definition of Brahman. Not Brahman as a thing, but Brahman is Ananda Swarup. And the Ananda we participate is not the full-fledged Ananda. That's waiting to come out. Actually, I keep on forgetting name. Romarola mentioned in an indirect way to Freud that this the oceanic feeling. He wrote the first biography international at the international level, the biography of Swami Vivekananda, and there he says the oceanic feeling, and this is the. He says, phenomenologically experience the oceanic feeling myself, and this oceanic feeling is the subterranean source of all religions, even though religions may deviate from its source. But he couldn't convince Freud. All right. So let us come to the virtue harmony within. The harmony within leads to harmony without. There is, if I have imbibed harmony within, established harmony within, enough of it in myself, then I go out to establish harmony without. There is a very strangely titled but significantly titled book by a Western philosopher, Character and Environment. Sandler, Character and Environment. If the character is not there, environment cannot be protected by legal means. The character must be there. So harmony within must be built. And that harmony within leads to building of the environment outside. All right. 5 minutes?
Maybe yes.
Huh?
Yes.
All right. Let me read out. It's a vast topic. And it is already there in our epic, the Mahābhārata. The expression harmony has two senses. The first is the harmonious state that is already there. The other sense of the pertains to an attitude, to wit, a disposition. So it is not just a state of mind, harmony within. Harmony may be there without cultivating the virtue. There is harmony in nature. That has not come about with cultivation of virtue. But harmony within is a virtue that is cultivated. The other sense pertains to an attitude, to it, a disposition, typically a character state, which again one can work on towards its furtherance as one can on courage. As we can try to strengthen our mind with the proper courage we need in life. Similarly, harmony within, we have some to start with, but we need to strengthen on it further. All right. So let me. So I guess this is a virtue, harmony within, which is there in the Mahābhārata, and it is not there in the Western literature. And a famous philosopher, Rosalind Hursthouse, I expressed a lot. I shared my thoughts for 10 years on this area, and she was very much impressed. And she says, carry on your work in this direction. Not for showing that it is there, we also have something in the Mahābhārata, but to get the true light on virtue ethics in today's world. And she also mentioned that this is not in praise of me, this is in praise of the Mahābhārata. That this is a virtue found in the Mahābhārata that she says in email correspondence that shows the unity of virtues that Aristotle and others are after, that all the virtues are united together, tied together, but they have not succeeded to show the unity of the virtues. But that unity is embedded in harmony within. All right, just 2 minutes, and I'll finish up. That going on this line, I have done the theory building from the Mahābhārata, from the material from the Mahābhārata. Now practical work is being done, and my son Ananda is doing practical work, which can be incorporated in the running of today's corporate world. And he has got the blessing of one great corporate personality his name is Dominic Barton, who was till the other day the Chancellor of University of Waterloo, from where Nirmala Narayan got his PhD. So he is a great man, and Ananda is in correspondence with Dominic Barton, and Dominic Barton blesses Ananda. Carry on your work for the benefit of the world today in the corporate world of this day. So this is what Mahābhārata says and how it can be used in day-to-day living in the corporate world of today. Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for this nice lecture. There will be discussion after all the papers have been read. So please note down the questions that you have from him, and we will raise them when all the papers are over. So with that, may I request our Guru, Professor PRABAL Kumar Sen, to present his paper. His paper is on Rāmāyana and Mahābhārata, prescriptive or descriptive.
Now, before I start talking, I start with an apology. I have a very bad throat today. Please excuse me if my voice is somewhat hoarse. I am thankful to one of the members of the audience who has kindly given me some throat lozenges. After taking one, I am feeling a bit better. Anyway, I shall try to be as brief as possible, and just in order to keep to the time schedule, because I know that our commission is very strict about punctuality. I shall more or less keep the Sanskrit quotations that are there, unless they are extremely necessary for establishing what I have to say. The basic issue that I tried to discuss in this paper was that normally ethics is supposed to be something which is prescriptive. Descriptive statements are factual statements, whereas when I say you should do this or you should not do this, these are evaluative statements. And so, they are prescriptive that way. Here the question before me was how to treat these two works. Are they purely descriptive, or are they prescriptive, or is there a combination of both in them? I would come to the conclusion that especially Mahābhārata, it combines both of these. Maybe not that much in the Rāmāyana. And moreover, I shall mainly focus on Mahābhārata and not so much on Rāmāyana. When I submit the written paper to the authorities, I shall try to incorporate some more matter from Rāmāyana. So let me start by putting this thing, that the rhetoricians or alankarikals here have not only discussed the figure of speech or things like that in the Sanskrit literature, but they have also discussed the purpose served by these works. What is the prayojana? What purpose do they serve? And normally they say that just as the Shastras or the different branches of learning, they help us in achieving the Chaturvarga or four principal goals of human life, like Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. This same can be also obtained or may be known through literature. But then the question would be, there are already Shastras, so why repeat all that in the Kavyas? That would be a bit, is it not redundant? But the answer of the Alankarika is that look here, the Shastras, the study of them requires a lot of time. It's painstaking, laborious work, and only very selected few people can really go into it. Those who are very intelligent, industrious, persevering. As compared to that, literature is accessible to people who are not that talented, but who need some advice about what they should do and what they should not do. That way, literature helps them. And moreover, literature has the additional advantage that it provides aesthetic enjoyment or rasaswada, which may not be there in the Shastras, because that is not the purpose of the Shastras. They are there to decide the nature of things, the way of achieving them, their classification, all that. Maybe often in a very dry, rather cut and dry manner. Aesthetic enjoyment is not the primary purpose. But that is why we find sometimes the Alankarikals saying that when someone knows the doctrines of Shastra through literature, then it becomes more enjoyable. And they say that just as bitter medicine is helpful for us, but it is not very palatable. But if someone puts some honey in the mouth of the patient and then gives him the medicine, then it becomes easier for him to take that medicine. In that way, if the doctrines of the Shastras are presented through literature, then they become more enjoyable. I think this was from Bhamaha, where he says, Swadu kabba rashon misram shastrama pupahunjate prathama didha madhava pivanti katu bheshayam. So this is one way in which literature can serve, to, at least to some extent, the purpose that is served by the Shastras. The second thing is that the Shastras present their doctrines or their their pronouncements about what we should do and what we should not do in a very stern manner. I take for example the Retd Upanishad, very beautiful text, but this is just commandments. There is no explanation of why they should be followed. Like Satyam Vada, speak the truth. Nanritang Vadet, don't speak a lie, don't utter a lie. Dharmatna Pramoditabbam, there should be no neglect in matters of dharma, and so on. But as compared to that, the Alankarikals say, the literature, it adopts the way of persuasion, like the sweet advice of a loving wife. Whereas the Shastras, they are like a stern guru or master, Prabhu. So one is Prabhu Sammita, the other is Kanta Sammita, and so on. But now let me come to the point why I am raising these issues. The thing is that it is that while Rāmāyana has been more or less treated as a kavya or piece of, or as an epic, it is Valmiki, its author is supposed to be the Adi Kavi, the first poet who put something in meter and so on, puts a shloka. But in subsequently we find many people, many authoritative people regarding Rāmāyana also as a source of dharma. But the Rāmāyana does not claim in so many ways that I am here to teach you dharma. But the question of Mahābhārata is a bit problematic, because the Mahābhārata itself claims about itself in the Adi Parva that it is at the same time a kavya, a shastra, an itihasa, and also Purana. I'm just reading out 1 or 2 lines. For example, 1-2-3-83 is Arthashastram idang proktam, Dharmashastram idang matam, Kamashastram idang proktam, Vyasenamita buddhina. And then it says, that dharme cha arthe cha kame cha mokshe cha bharatarshava jadi hasti tadannatra janne hasti nakutrachit, that whatever you find in the Mahabharata may be found elsewhere, but what you do not find in Mahabharata cannot be found elsewhere. So this is so all-encompassing that this would serve the purpose of all these shastras about dharma, artha, kama and moksha. Then, okay. Then, so much so about its being a shastra. Then in 1173 we find Asya kavyasya kavayo na samartha visheshane, that it is not possible for other poets to excel this work or to exceed or to excel it in any way. Then in 106 we find Purana Purna Chandrena Suti Jyotsna Prakashita, that this is a Purana which, like the full moon, radiates the ray of Shruti. So, and the last line about 1144 is Itihasam evam chakre punnam satyavati sutta. So we are at a loss how to characterize it. It is at this, how can the same time be a shastra, also a kavya, also itihasa, and also Purana? Maybe I should also say in what sense the word itihasa and Purana are taken here. Itihasa is often translated as history, but that is not how it is understood here. Itihasa is defined in this manner: dharmartha kama mokshanam upadesha samanvitam purvavrittam katha yuktam itihasam prachakshate. That's some story about something that happened in the past, which pertains to the teaching or doctrine about dharma, artha, kama and moksha, is called itihasa. If we go through the Shanti Parva and Mahābhārata and Anusasana Parva, where Yudhishthir is putting a series of questions to Bhishma, because they thought that before his death, all the wisdom that he could could give to others should be drawn from him. And in most of the cases, Bhishma starts with the expression Atra pudaharantimam itihasam puratanam, that there is this old legend about what you are asking. And more or less from that story he draws the conclusion that these are the standards that we should or we should not follow. And Purana is of course mostly mythology, but its content are said to be sargascha prati sargascha, bangsho mandantaranicha, bangsanucharitam chaiva Puranam Panchalakshanam. That Purana has 5 features. It describes the initial creation of this world, then subsequent creation by some agents of God like Hiranyagarbha, then Vangsho, some of the dynasties or genealogy, then Manvantarani, the eons or kalpas ruled over by the 14 Manus, then Vangshanucharitancha, and the story of certain dynasties. So Puranam Panchalakshanam. Now, as you can find, most of these things can be found in the Mahābhārata, so it can be also treated as a Purana. Now, let me, so it is that somewhat difficult to identify Mahābhārata as either a Shastra or a Kavya. Even though Rāmāyana does not claim to be a Shastra, it has been treated as Dharma Shastra by many authors, and many anecdotes of Rāmāyana have been included in Mahābhārata. From the definition of Itihasa and Purana, it becomes evident that they have some content that is descriptive. Some of these descriptions may have no bearing on how one should behave. Thus the description, the most beautiful description of rainy season in Rāmāyana, Varsha Varnana, or the stories about the birth of Pandavas in Mahābhārata are purely descriptive. But the description of the activities of the various characters that occur in these epics have at least an indirect bearing on how we should behave, and the actions that one should refrain from. Thus in Bonaparvan, in Mahābhārata, when Dharma, in the form of a yaksha, asks Yudhishthira as to what is the path that is to be followed, kah pantha, Yudhishthira answers that the path followed by Mahajana should be followed. Mahajano yena gata sa pantha. But here, Mahajana has been interpreted in two ways. Some people say that here Mahajana means great people. I don't find that to be very convincing, because you see the start of the verse starts with Dharma vivinna smitoyo vivinna naso munir yassa matangna vinnam dharmasya tattang nihitang guhayam. So if we follow only the great people like the munis or rishis, then they are not unanimous on matters of dharma. So how does that help? But in some other usages, for example in Kumara Sambhava, we find that the word Mahajana has been used to mean people in general, common people. For example, you see, when Shiva came to test Parvati about her devotion to Shiva, he came in the form of a Batu, young Brahmin boy, and began to put Shiva in a very bad light. And in one of the verses he says to Parvati that just think what would happen if after marriage you go to your husband's house, you would have to ride on a bull instead of a horse or instead of an elephant. So Mahajana smero mukho bhavishyati. People will laugh at you. Here Mahajana does not mean great people, because great people who know who Parvati is and who Shiva is would obviously not laugh. But common people who are used to see pomp and splendor, in the case of princesses, they would obviously say, oh, so what sort of a thing is this? So I think that Mahajana here more or less means that when you are not certain about the course of action, follow what others, you see, just do what others usually do. That way you avoid censor. So you see, here one is supposed to observe the behavior of others and act accordingly. Then again in the Bhagavad Gita, which is a part of the Bhishma Parvan, Krishna is asking Arjuna to perform his duties as a warrior, and his main argument was that if you do not do your duties, then there would be you see, people would go astray, and you should perform your duties for the benefit of people, loka sangraha. At least that purpose would be served if you do your duties. Because there he says, Jajjat acharati sreshta tattadeve tarojana sajat pramanam kurute lokas tadanu vartate. That people usually follow superior persons. What they do, they accept as the standard. And then Krishna says also at the point that he has no duties to perform. Nasti cha mama kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana. But just for the sake of maintaining the order in the universe, I perform my duties. Bharta eva cha karmani. So, now one may say here that after all, the Shastras have discussed in detail our duties, and hence the claim made above may be contested. But sometimes there may be situations in which a person may have to perform more than one duties that are not consistent with one another. Again, the instructions of the scriptures may not be easily understood by some men in some cases. Another possible thing would be the area about which Professor Vora spoke yesterday, the apad dharma, that when there is an abnormal situation and it is not possible for you to observe the duties laid down in the Shastras, then what should you do? So in such circumstances, one should observe the conduct of persons who are well versed in scriptures, who are honest and pure and a pure intent. In such cases, and act accordingly. The following statement of Mahābhārata may be noted in this connection. How many minutes, Professor Vora?
10 minutes.
Shruti pramano dharma syat iti vriddhanushāsanam. Here, obviously, the first place is given to the Shastras. The Shastras are the principal ways of knowing is pramana, lakshanam. Then sadachara, smriti veda, sadachara smriti veda, trividam dharma lakshanam. That three things are lakshana or pramana in matters of dharma. Sadachara, the action of honest people or good people. Smriti, the dharma shastra texts, and Vedas. And chaturtham artham ityahu kavaya dharma lakshanam. Here there is some dispute about the word artha, whether it means purpose or whether it means welfare. There has been some dispute about it. I am not going into it. Then sadhunang cha jathavrittam etad achara lakshanam. That the things performed by honest people, that sets the standard for our achara, how we should behave. And finally, yetu tushta srutipara mahatmano mahabala dharmang panthanam arudha tan upasya prichacha. That if you want to know about dharma, then serve these people and ask them who are, first of all, tushta, who are content, who are not coveting. Then srutipara, who follow the scriptures. Mahatmano mahabala, and who are really of great, who are great people. Then and dharmang panthanam arudha, and who invariably follow the path of dharma. So if you have any query or if you have any doubt, the best thing is to approach these people and ask them. One more thing. That it does not suffice to perform only the dharmas. If you say that, well, I am performing the dharmas, what is the harm if I perform some adharmas? The Mahābhārata is very clear on this point, that this will not do. Jad arjajana vidvishtam karma tan nacharet buddha. The course of action that is not liked by noble people, noble persons, should never be adopted. Jat kanlyanam avidhyayat tatrat manam niyojayat. One should always do something that serves the welfare of others. And finally, one more verse here, that dharmarthascha kamascha tritayang jivite phalam. That dharma, artha and kama, these three are the results that one seeks in one's life. Normal people, not everyone can go for moksha. But etatrayam avaptabdam adharma parivarjitam. But they should be, acquired by discarding adharma. Okay. It does not, however, follow that whatever actions are done by superior persons are beyond censure and reproach, and should accordingly be emulated by others without any consideration. They are, after all, human beings and are therefore susceptible to being under delusion and go astray thereby, thus deviating from the path of righteousness. Examples of such lapses are galore in epics and Puranas, and a detailed account of which may be skipped for the time being. It suffices to note that the author of Mahābhārata has expressed his opinion in this matter in no uncertain terms. He has said categorically that even deities, sages, and seers of hymns can go astray if they submit to unbridled desire in the search of pleasure. Avishwangastu kameshu mohamoha iti smrita Sukhe Rishayo Munayo Deva Muihante Sukhepsava. Thus only those actions of superior persons are to be emulated that accord with what has been prescribed either by they themselves or by scriptures. The censorable actions performed by them do not deserve to be followed. In this connection, some lines from Taittiriya Upanishad and Bhagavata Purana may be consulted. For example, you see in the Taittiriya Upanishad we find Yani asmakam abaddhani karmani anavaddhani karmani tani sevitavyani. That only follow those actions of ours which are free from any fault. No itarani, not the others. So the Taittiriya Upanishad takes note of the fact that even great people can sometimes perform or do something which is not proper. And in the Bhagavata Purana also we find that Ishwaranang Vachas Satyam. See what these Ishwaras or great people with power say, that is to be followed. Tathaiva charitam kochit, but only some of their activities. Deshangjat swavacho yuktam buddhiman tat samacharet. You see, when their actions, you see, are in accordance with what they preach, only those should be followed. And there is one thing they say that, well, after all these people, these sages and others, even if they falter in some manners, you see, they can get rid of the papas that accrue from them, either through expiation, prashchitta, or through tapasya, you see, austerities. But ordinary people like us cannot do it. So if we try to do that, then we will be in great difficulty. I'll just say one line from Vachaspati Mishra and then sum up. Kumarila Bhatta and Udayana, Kumarila Bhatta and Vachaspati Mishra have taken a rather humorous example in this matter. Vachaspati Mishra takes the example of Vishwamitra and Vasishtha. That Vishwamitra tried to send Trishanku to the heaven by performing some sacrifice. But Trishanku stayed in the middle. He could not do it, so he failed. And Akshamala and Vasishtha married Akshamala, who belonged to the Chandala caste. But they said that tapaprabhava evi tesham yatha evam vidho papmano liyante. That there are austerities, but through austerities they can get rid of the sins that occur through these things. Nahi asmakang mandatapasa mayang prasanga. We who are not capable of doing that sort of thing, penance, should not do it. And then he gives a funny example. Nahi gajana mudarjang tejo vatakashtham asitang pachati. That elephants can break down branches from the banyan tree, eat it and digest it. Not asmakam apudarjena tatha bhavitabham. But our stomach cannot digest it. So finally, I think there are 2 or 3 minutes only. So I'll just note one thing here. There are many things to be said here, but let me come to the last part of the paper. And it is about 2 persons. One is Nilakantha, the commentator of Mahābhārata, and the last one is, the other person is Anandavardhana, the noted author of the work Dhanyaloka, where he establishes that dhvani or suggestion is a third kind of word power, it's a semantic power, apart from Shakti and Lakshana. Now what Nilakantha has done is that he shows, or at least he thinks, that the entire Mahābhārata, be it descriptive, be it prescriptive, or even when it prohibits certain actions, all that ultimately is aimed at establishing or helping one in attaining these Chaturvargas. But among these 4, moksha is primary or principal. The 3 others are means of attaining it. And he goes chapter-wise, that which chapters are performing it. I shall give it in the printed paper. And Annandale-on-Hudson says also that after all the entire Mahābhārata is a moksha shastra. He says that all the descriptions and other things that are there, even the prescriptions about artha, dharma and kama, they ultimately serve the purpose of reading moksha. And he raises a very interesting question that after all, you see, at the very beginning of Mahābhārata there is one chapter called Anukramani, which contains a detailed list of the things that are to be covered in this huge epic. Now, the Anukramani does not make any such claim that there will be discussion of moksha in this work, or that is a moksha shastra. So on what basis are you claiming it? And Annandale-on-Hudson comes up with his theory of dhvani. He says that the innermost meaning of a great literary work is expressed through dhvani and not through vachya. You see, it is not expressed in so many words. For example, if someone wants to say that I am feeling ashamed, that is not the way in which poets say that someone is feeling bashful. Just one more minute and I'll conclude. Take one verse from the Kumar Sambhava, that the great sages have come to Himalaya with the proposal of Parvati's marriage with Shiva. And Parvati was present there. And what did she do? It is a beautiful verse, that Evang Badhini Devarshu, that when Devarshi Marish was speaking like this, Pituh Parshe Adhomukhi, Lila Kamala Patrani Ganayamasa Parvati. So Parvati was standing near her father and was counting the petals of a lotus which was in her hand. What does it mean? It expresses these things, that she was curious to know what comes out of this discussion. But obviously she could not express any interest in it. That would be against decorum. So all these things, her bashfulness, her youth, her curiosity, all these things are expressed through that action. But it is not being said by so many words. It is conveyed through dhvani. So here also, the fact that this entire thing is about moksha is expressed through dhvani through two statements. When it is said that Vasudeva Kirtatetra, that this entire work is about Vasudeva, who is only an expression of Parabrahma, and which is associated with Shantarasa. So that is why, and that is consistent with moksha, not the other three. Thanks for your kind attention.
Please reserve your questions for the end of the session. May I now request Dr. Lili Vishwas to present her paper.
Thank you, sir. A warm good morning to all of you. Before reading my paper, let me quote Bimalkrishna Matilal in his first chapter, Moral Dilemmas and Religious Dogmas, in his book Ethics and Epics. He is asking a question: what is a religious act? Several answers may be forthcoming. A religious act is one that pleases God. Well, how do you know what pleases God? Well, one knows, one can tell, and one just feels. A religious act is one that is enjoined in the scriptures. a religious act is one that brings one nearer to one's religious goal, moksha, nirvana, or salvation. Keeping aside all these answers, Mahābhārata could be studied and analyzed in pure humanistic perspective. The title of my paper is Humanistic Vision of Mahābhārata with a note on ethics and epics by Bimalkrishna Matilal. This epic can be observed as essentially a chronicle of the people, their objectives and scuffles, their attitudes and values, their compulsions and options, and the way they sin and sin against, their hopes and obstruction in interpersonal relationships, the difficulties they face, quandaries that trouble them, and the way they resolve these, and much, much else. The sheer range of exegetical material available on classical texts is evidence that the epics may remain indispensable to our literary past and in some ways are relevant to our present. This past, more often than not, looms heavily like a cloud from which each commentary draws a different kind of rain. Whether they make a philosophical point or an ideological one, commentaries have been a tool of both addressing the past and in some ways appropriating it for the demands of contemporary discourse. Indian humanism emphasizes the concept of dharma, which refers to the righteous ways of living and performing one's duties towards society, family, and the environment. It encourages individuals to seek knowledge, cultivate empathy and compassion, and practice nonviolence in all aspects of life. There is a detailed description of this dharma in Mahābhārata. It is repeatedly said what should be done, why should be done, and what shouldn't be done. Always. Also, there is a mention of the code of conduct according to the general dharma and special dharma of the four castes, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. Since the importance of dharma in Indian life is immense, the search for that behavior by which a person will achieve righteousness has been thoroughly discussed in Dharma Shastras. The 10 signs of that ancient dharma are patience, forgiveness, restraint, non-stealing, inner and outer purity, control of the senses, knowledge and intelligence, truth and absence of anger. Manusmriti 691-92. It is all prescribed. If one of these 10 is present, then a person is bound to have an inclination towards humanity. The purpose of all the topics discussed about dharma in Mahābhārata is to instill the above 10 characteristics as moral characteristics feature highly in humanism. Only then does a person become truly humanistic. Now, why do I give special importance to Bimalkrishna Matilal? Bimalkrishna Matilal was a renowned Indian philosopher and one of such commentators of the 20th century who, instead of treating the epics as the work of seers, reveals occasional conflicts that arises between moral dilemmas and religious dogmas, the outcome of which often makes the heroes none other than human, who, as an agent of morality, exercises his practical wisdom and also learns from the experiences he passes through during the life. Ethics and epics, situational constraints. Let me quote. Situational constraints may require some bending, but by allowing genuine moral sentiments like remorse or guilt, it make up by occasional lapses. A moral agent exercises his practical wisdom and also learns from the experiences he passes through during his life. He has an enriched practical wisdom when it is informed by his experiences of genuine moral dilemmas. Situational constraints may require some bends, but he is empowered with the wisdom which is acquired through his experiences of genuine moral dilemmas. Besides observing explicitly on episodes from the epics, there is an inclination in Motilal's essays, as in observation from the more distant past, to reiterate the character portrayed in the epics, highlighting all human values, their limitations and upliftments. Ethics and Epics, page 8, he wrote, "There are several incidents in Mahābhārata where the agent cannot be solely held responsible for action. In the words of Motilal, why should such situation arise and why would the agent not fully responsible? My answer would be in terms of human limitations, human imperfections and human frailties. We humans sometimes do bargain for more than what we expect and can take. This is an imperfect world." His assessment of earlier readings by Rabindranath Tagore and Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay in this context tells us something about how an intellectual tradition comes into being by constantly revisiting and engaging with the literature of the past. And now my present paper attempts to highlight the humanistic vision of Mahābhārata with a note on Ethics and Epics by Bimalkrishna Matilal. That is what I mean to say. The greatest concern of Mahābhārata is social good, and all the virtues are considered to be conducive to this end. The epic makes a distinction between the moral code of conduct that should be practiced under normal condition and moral code of conduct that could be practiced under condition of danger or disorder. In the latter case, exception to the practice are permitted. However, it is emphatically affirmed that exceptions cannot be taken only when the matter concerns the welfare of others. There is no clear idea about what is meant by social good. It undoubtedly includes preservation of both. The preservation of this social order cannot be considered the supreme good for one and all, since often the epics show a questioning attitude to social good and more or less traces individual goodness. Mahābhārata explicates the humanistic approach to determine the factors, that is, rational judgment and religious faith, which these terms are often critically analyzed again and again in ethics and epics. Rational judgment and religious faith that synchronizes both social and individual good in perplexed situations. Yudhishthira once said that there are many righteous ways and the only ways to find the correct one is to follow the Mahajana, which we have already heard recently from Professor Sen, which can be translated as the conduct of the good people. In this term, Motilal finds primitive and proto-utilitarianism, which is very clearly expressed in the common phrase, "For the sake of the happiness of many people and for the sake of the good of many." He said, this may be a statement of primitive form of moral theory. The path is that one wherein lies the good for the maximum number of people. It seems to be a primitive proto-utilitarian view, which need not be surprising, for a sort of primitive proto-utilitarianism seems to be implied by the rational side of ancient and well-developed civilization. Ethics and Epics, page 8. Motilal acknowledges that the greatest attraction of utilitarianism is its monism, that is, its assumption that all moral problems can be solved with a single principle. He claims, however, that Dharma morality is pluralistic. And he proposes that this view can be held without succumbing to irrationality. Motilal's frequent mention of practical wisdom as a deciding factor in moral decision-making suggests that we should look at Hindu ethics from a virtue perspective. In this great epic, the supreme being Sri Krishna is a plotter who abducts women. Noble and religious king Yudhishthira is a reluctant Kshatriya who used to stake his wife in gamble. Brikodara, the third Pandava, drinks blood of his own cousin brother, yet Mahābhārata claims the supremacy of manhood, and the greatest property of which is non-atrocity. In midst of all contradictory behavior, it emphasizes the word dharma, which encompasses observance of ethical values, social manner and conscience, the notion of humanism in the epic. Thus, the central theme of Mahābhārata is repetitive analytical discussion on different constituents of dharma, as critically analyzed by Buddhadev Bosu. Dharmo, 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 how many times we have to listen this word through Vidura, through Narada, through Bhishma, Vyasa, more often through Yudhishthira and Dhritarashtra. Continuous and inexhaustible repetition, not only wise, even Draupadi, Bhima, Karna, Kunti couldn't express their opinion without taking resort to this multidimensional hefty word. Mahābhārater Katha, Buddhadev Bosu. Dharma is a way of life by upholding values, discharging own duties, practicing virtues and goodness, but not disregarding humanity. According to Bhishma, people will determine the true essence of dharma and perform it. The sinful men are rarely free from sin, but some people are innocent even after committing sins, and are considered truthful and righteous even after using false speech. Therefore, rightful conduct is the refuge of dharma, and by adopting that conduct, one will know the significance of dharma. The question that inevitably arises here is, in what circumstances is a truthful person considered righteous after committing sins? The answer to this is found through a beautiful example in the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna in the Karna Parva, as retold by Matilal. Krishna says that it is obligatory to use true speech, but where falsehood becomes truth and truth becomes falsehood, there is no blame on using the false speech. The one who is immersed in truth without knowing the specific essence of truth and falsehood is a complete child, and the one who can correctly determine the truth and falsehood is a true ethical scholar. In this context, Sri Krishna mentioned the name of Balak the hunter as an example of a grateful person who saved animals by killing an unseen eyeless beast. On the other hand, the ungrateful person is a sage Kaushika. We have already listened to this story yesterday, who in arrogance of telling the truth told the bandits about the location of the innocent passers by hiding in the forest, as a result of which they are killed by the bandits. Here the truthful Brahmin Kaushik indulged in the sense of this truthful speech and fell into the deepest hell. Narrating this story, Motilal concluded, when Kaushika died, he didn't go to heaven or to his Sadhanocita Dhamma, for he had put his selfish religious dogma over the selfless, morally admirable action. Truth-telling may be morally admirable, but hence certainly a religious virtue, but not under all conditions. One of the certain marks of morally superior, and in my scheme, religiously super action is its non-self-regarding character. I repeat, non-self-regarding character, as philosophers in Kantian tradition have no doubt emphasized. Quotation complete. Therefore, the essence of dharma is very difficult to understand. For Krishna, dharma is at least sometimes dictated by the constraints or contingents of situation. Truth-telling has been extolled as one of the highest virtues in tradition. But at the same time, he reminded that there should be no defense of opportunism. One shouldn't have any illusion, despite frequent criticism to the contrary, that traditional texts of India underestimated the importance of truth-telling as virtue and a value. Also, it must be admitted that inexcusable untruths were permitted by traditional scriptures. Same page 9. Sir, how much time?
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, fine. There are many examples in Mahabharata of how much caution is needed in determining the principle of being truly human. When Vishwamitra's disciple Galava came to Yajati to ask for his help to pay the Guru Dakshina, Yajati said that he didn't have enough money. Instead, he gave Yajati's daughter Madhavi to Galava if any king would help Galava financially in exchange for that daughter. Galava took Madhavi to various kings and with their help finally became debt-free. Many years later, when Yajati was cast out of heaven due to pride, he prayed to be among the saints on earth. Accordingly, he was sent from heaven to Naimisharanya, where Pratardhan, Vasumana, Shiva and Ashtaka were performing a yajna which is named Vajpayee. In this Vajpayee Yagga, Yajati came among them. They couldn't recognize him. At that time, Madhavi was passing by and recognized them. She introduced Yajati to her grandchildren. Then with the help of her grandchildren, Yajati was able to go to heaven again. On the other hand, Galava also suffered a lot for his outrageous act. We find an indication of this immorality behind this apparent religious practice in the greed for achieving virtue in Mahabharata, which teaches us to refrain from behaving cruelly towards others without thinking about our own virtue like selfish people. On what basis does Dharma hold society? Here too, the word Anisamsya or non-atrocity comes up again and again. If ever the level and significance of ethics, morality and dharma in India, in this India can be judged by a universally accepted criterion, it is this indestructibility. Yudhishthira told Yaksha, if we destroy Dharma, Dharma will also destroy us, and if we save it, it will also save us. Man will determine the true Dharma and perform its rituals. Dharma has been established to fulfill people's journey. Sri Krishna further added that a person who shows indifference in the pursuit of Dharma will certainly have to suffer sins. After this, he gave a small sign of Dharma which helped man to determine his own actions regardless of country, time, place or situation. He said, since the entire Dharma is not specified in Shruti, in many places people determine Dharma by inference. On what basis does that inference stand? The Mahabharata writes that is non-atrocity, nothing else. Because that which content begins is Dharma. Therefore, the thought, word, deed by which we beings are saved is Dharma. Motilal holds that a moral agent exercises his practical wisdom and also learns from the experiences he passes during his life. He has an enriched practical wisdom, and when it is informed by his experience of genuine moral dilemmas. A moral agent needs also a character which is nothing but a disposition to act and react appropriately with moral concerns. Ethics and Epics, page 33. The problem, of course, is that Krishna appears to be the least virtuous person in this list and can hardly be seen as practitioner in the middle way. Nonetheless, Matilal declares that his dark lord, within quote, is a paradigmatic person, within quote, in this moral field, who becomes a perspectivist and understands the contingency of human situation, both necessary elements of virtue ethics. He also describes him as opposed to the rigid Rama or Yudhishthira as an imaginative poet in the moral realm. He is a poet who accepts the constraints of matters So beautifully Motilal explained it, defined it, the character of Krishna. He is the poet who accepts the constraints of meter, verses and metaphors, but he is also strong poet who has absolute control over them. He governs from above but doesn't dictate. This guarantees that Krishna's flexibility never means that anything goes kind of morality. Page 34, Ethics and Epics. In this context, I used to narrate one small story. In the year 1993, there was a photograph which won the Pulitzer Prize. The title of that photograph is The Vulture and the Little God. And this also known as The Struggling Girl. It is a photograph by Kevin Carter that was first published in New York Times on March 26, 1993. It is a photograph of a weak, famine-stricken boy, although it was initially believed that it was a photograph of a girl. A vulture was nearby waiting for his death. The child was reportedly trying to reach a feeding center at the United Nations about half a mile away in Sudan. In March 1993, Carter won the Pulitzer Prize for feature photography in 1994. 4 months after winning the award, Carter took his own life. In 1993, when the picture was first published in the New York Times, most people turned to South African photojournalist Carter for answers. The question was not limited to the fate of the child but extended to Carter's ethics. Why did he turn around to take picture without helping the child? The question then turned into accusations. St. Petersburg Times, Florida condemned him, saying that man who adjusts his lens to get the right frame of his suffering may as well be another vulture on the scene. Bhishma, at the request of Yudhishthira, while analyzing the character of a religious person, explained a few human feelings, the application of which makes it much easier to understand and follow the ethics of an individual. He said, "The nature of people is such that they do not reveal their own unrighteousness at all, but they propagate the evil deeds of others. A person who cannot tolerate being harmed by others shouldn't do the evil deeds of others. What you consider beneficial to yourself should be considered beneficial to others as well." Here too the word of non-violence comes up. Non-violence should be reflected not only in actions but also in thoughts, words and behavior. So Bhishma finally says, "The wise have decided that abandoning violence and adopting the path of peace is dharma." In fact, all the doubts, contradiction and confusions of dharma were resolved in these two words. According to Yudhishthira, non-violence is the supreme dharma. I used to sum up by referring one dialogue of Bhishma, dialogue of Bhima. That's very interesting. Before the beginning of war, let me narrate this.
Please find a profile.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, we used to, when I personally used to study Mahābhārata, we used to portray or have a preconceived idea about all the characters that Bhima, who is a little bit gross and little bit emotional, and always are ready to fight against all evils and take the take the revenge, just opposite to Yudhishthira. But when Krishna was about to go to Duryodhana's palace for the proposal of Sandhi between the Kauravas and Pandavas, then the surprising thing is that Bhima, the Madhyam Pandava, he what should I say? He persuaded Krishna to in favor of peace. In favor of peace, he said that Krishna, you do one thing. You just go, and whatever you do, whatever you talk, you should keep in mind that that this war shouldn't happen, because it will just outcast the whole thing. And I personally do not want that we all will be ruined at the end of the day. So you just say, and you talk in such a way that that Duryodhana will be influenced not to wage the war. And Bhima actually he supported. That surprised me very much, that after the humiliation of Draupadi, and after having he's just reminded his promise also. But in spite of that, Bhima, the Madhyam Pandava, he is favoring the peace. He instigated Krishna to talk, to just propose Sandhi. So that's the thing which is very significant, and it's very interesting. It's very I really feel that non-atrocity, with the Matilal again and again he repeated through his whole book, non-atrocity or nishamsya, that should be the ultimate goal of the humanism. That even if he can overcome all his limitations, his atrocity, his everything, his anger, his fear, he's taking revenge. And even he can transcend all these negative qualities, and he can go for non-atrocity. Thank you for your kind patience, and thank you, sirs,
for finishing in time. The whole session is now open to discussion. So if you have any questions, the time is now to ask them. And please, when you ask the questions, please say specifically to whom your question is addressed. Thank you very much. Please.
In a way, Thank you. In a way, my question flows from the entire discussion of the three learned authors, and I thank you all for your luminous presentations. But it particularly engages with Professor Chakravarti's statement that moksha is akin to Anand. Sir, don't you find it problematic? Because Anand is after all a gun, and the weakness of Sadgun is that it is addicted to Anand. In the Mahābhārata and in the Gita specifically, the yogi is actually goes beyond what is Anand and what is Niranand. Now, equating it with Satchidanand, Satchidanand is an epithet of the Creator who can view the whole creation as a sport. Can the soul in any case, it can be part of the Creator? I'm in a way taking off from Ramanujacharya, I do not know. But it can be part of the creator, but can it identify with with all connotations? I mean, with all the capacities of the creator to create and to view the creation as a sport. So the moment moksha is involved with a gun, then it loses its selflessness, which we can see in Yudhishthir's act, most of all in the Yaksh Prashna, when he pauses before drinking the water, because it is a dharma that I cannot take something which belongs to somebody else, howsoever needy I may be, without first asking for his permission. And then his supreme act of selflessness is that he does not stand in his shoes when he answers which brother to make alive. It may not have been the case that he thought that having a son was important. The point was that he stood in Madri's, that he for a moment transcended his own identity and tried to think in Madri's terms what Madri would have thought. This is my humble question.
Thank you very much. So maybe, since it is addressed to everybody, maybe SITANSU, you may begin with it.
Well, there is a concept in the Western philosophy which is called a priori, which comes prior to experience. This is it's not a metaphysical area we are trading here, it's an epistemic area. So there are certain things, Chomsky, Noam Chomsky, he talks about the deep level of language. Corresponding to that, in the human psyche, we have, I would pose it this way, we have Ananda, the deep Ananda, which is not conditional pleasure, which is pleasure, Ananda, joy that we are born with, but it is not manifest yet. So from the deep level to the surface level, how to manifest that, the deep level to the surface level. That was the point I was trying to hint at. With the virtue cultivated, or virtues cultivated, I think I'm not pointing to specific passages, but this is the thrust of the Mahābhārata. Actually, Mahābhārata is a commentary on the Vedas. Thank you very much.
You want to respond? You want to respond?
No, I have just to say one thing. First of all, one should distinguish between Sukha and Ananda. The Sukha is transitory, and it may not always be very pure, because bad people may derive pleasure from very bad acts. But Ananda is something more than that. Moreover, you see, I think there is a peculiar misrepresentation of Advaitavada when it is said, how is it that the individual self can become the same as Ishvara? I think here the Aveda means tat sattatirikta sattakatta bhava, that the individual after his moksha does not have any separate existence in addition to that of God. He does not become God. That the Brahma Sutras are very clear on this point. That Jagat Vyapara Varjam. After all, the liberated person cannot be the creator of the world. So some define, you see, but Advaitavada is only in that respect, that he does not have a separate existence. It merges into it. The differences, you see, the upadhis or conditions that distinguished the jiva from Brahman, they disappear. That is the thing.
Any other question? Yes, please.
No, just in the context of this question, the individual does not become God even after liberation, but there is perhaps a projection of the divine inside an individual which has the features of the divine, which Sri Aurobindo calls the psychic being. And the psychic being is a direct descendant of Ananda. This is Sri Aurobindo's thing, that there is a projection of the Ananda aspect of the Satchidananda within the being which evolves from life to life. This is our pure divine aspect, one can say. So if you take that point of view, then the whole thing reconciles, that this liberation leads to that thing, that projection of the divine which is in the individual.
So if I may put it very simply, Professor Chakravarti himself has stated in his lecture that moksha is that is free from desires. It's free from desire. So free from desire gives us a kind of containment. There is a lack of stress, and that itself gives us anand. Another thing is, we all in our life face various tragedies, and there is an inherent strength by which we overcome tragedy with time. That means our inherent nature is ananda. This is what I think.
Thank you. That was in the nature of a comment. So, if you wish to respond, maybe, but it is a comment.
Well,
Yeah, please.
I appreciate this very much. Well, actually, Ananda, the concept of Ananda is not relief from stress. It doesn't relate to stress management. That's the consequentialistic attitude. But it is imbibing the true nature in me from the deep level to the surface level.
This is something.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is something to do with what earlier question said. The question about Rāmānuja. Rāmānuja doesn't accept the idea of Ananda Swarupa. Rāmānuja only accepts the idea that God is Ananda Prabhu, the abundance of Ananda, not Ananda Swarupa. It is in Advaita only that Shankaracharya makes a very clear distinction between abundance of Ananda and Ananda Swarupa. So in Madhusudana, Advaita Siddhi, he says, Astitvam, Bhaditvam, and Priyatvam. These are the three criteria that he gives as the lakshanas of, there cannot be lakshanas, Vivaja, Magojaram, Sarva Pramanavati, etc. But still, if you try to approach the absolute reality as an experience from the standpoint of language, all that you can say at the highest level is Astitvam, Bhaditvam, Priyatvam. Even Satchidananda itself is inadequate, because Sat implies the absence of Asat. Chit implies the absence of Achit. And Ananda implies the absence of Dukkha. So there is an element of negation even in Satchidananda. So the only way you can explain Advaita at the highest level is Astitvam, Bhaditvam, Priyatvam. So it is something like Astitvam without the implication of negating its opposite. Bhaditvam without the implication of negating its opposite. So in Shankaracharya makes a point that all empirical experience, even Sukha is only a temporary absence of Dukkha. So in all empirical experiences, if you feel anything, it is only the temporary absence of its opposite. So when you assert the reality as such, it is Astitvam, Bhaditvam, Priyatvam, which alone can do justice to the word Brahman, as you know, Vacha Magojaratum, Sarva Pramanavadi, etc. Okay, thank you. Just sorry for.
No, that's okay.
Oh, please.
Very nice. Gokhale ji, you okay? Yeah. Gokhale.
Before going on to the specificity of the thematic discussion, I have a very generic question. how can a common man regulate virtues and vices inherent in the character of human being following the teachings of Vedanta and Upanishads? And the specific question is, assuming the inclusiveness of perspective character of our ethics, characteristics of our ethics, how can moksha be achieved?
How can moksha be achieved? Can you give an answer?
Well, there are learned people around. This doesn't happen like in magic. Well, there are two dimensions where it trades two dimensions. One is the micro level and the macro level. At the macro level, if we look around, it is viciously surrounding us. How does the individual work in the background of such a? It's a difficult thing. It might be possible a few people, but generally it is not possible. Unfortunately, we have to trade our own path. That's the only way.
I have one question for Professor Chakravarti and one small suggestion for PRABAL Kumar Sen. Now the question is, your talks seem to suggest that the central ethics in Mahābhārata is virtue ethics. Can we say that there are also elements of deontological and consequential ethics in that, particularly in the Gita, while talking about karma yoga, that is the duty for the sake of duty. That is the deontological element, and if ultimately moksha is the goal, then all action should be aimed at moksha. That will be consequentialist ethics. So this is one question. And to PRABAL Kumar Sen, just very small suggestion, this Mahajana, I think it can be translated as a large number of people, not just common people.
The majority of people.
Majority of people, yes.
Fine. Just one thing, maybe I could add to what you said today, right now. Let us take 2 or 3 examples, statements of Yudhishthira in Vanaparva. When, you see, Draupadi is castigating him for not taking any revenge or not doing what he should have done, that he is too pacifist, and so on. Now, there he says that Dadami deyam ityeva, I give things because they are to be given. Jaje jastabba mityuta, I perform sacrifices because it is my duty. And finally he says, Dharma banijjako hina, jahanno brahmavadinam, that one who calculates that while doing by this I shall acquire this much of punna, and so and so. So this is dharma vanijja. And they are not dharmikas. So that way the deontological element becomes very clear. And consequentialism is in some cases also, you see, take for example, you see, when the imperatives are hypothetical imperatives, in many cases, you see, you are supposed to do something if you want to attain something. Sarvakamo jajeta. This is purely consequential. Because one who is moksharthi, you see, that is why you see, even a strong ritualist like Kumarila Bhatta says that moksharthi na pravarteta tatra kamma nishiddhayo. That one who aspires for moksha should not perform the kamma karmas and he should desist from the nishiddha karmas. Because if he performs kamma karmas, then he acquires punna and remains in this world. And if he performs the adharma, then he goes to hell. So nitya naimittika kurjat prattavaya jihasaya. He should perform only the nitya naimittika karmas so that, you see, non-performance of them would lead to sin. So to avoid that, he will perform only the Nitya Naimittika karmas, but not the Kama karmas. So Sarga Kama Jajeta, here the Adhikari is one who wants to attain Sarga. The Mumukshu is not Adhikari here, it is not applicable to him. If he does not perform sacrifices, he is not sensible.
Okay, SITANSU.
Well, I believe we should make a distinction between two expressions. One is consequentialism and the other is a consequentialistic trust. I believe the latter would be accepted by Mahābhārata, but it doesn't tie the knot all the way with consequentialism itself. Yeah, there are traces. The trust is there. So the combination, deontological, not all the way deontology, even the Kantian deontology, but certainly do this and don't do that. And Amartya Sen has failed to understand this. Taittiriya Upanishad was being referred to. Whatever good you have seen, follow that, but not the others. This is not imperative. This is not Hitler or our dictators in India. This is not the way they speak. They speak, do this and don't do that. So the combination, of course, is there. That's how I feel.
Thank you very much. Now we have to go to the next session, and we will now break for tea, it seems. And thank you very much, all the speakers, for cooperating with me, and also the audience for being so disciplined to ask very precise and straightforward questions. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you everyone. As the chair announced, we have a short tea break for 20 minutes. We will start the second session at exactly 12:20. Come back everyone. So we will now be moving on to the second session of the day. In this session we have as speaker Dr. MRINAL KAUL, and this session will be chaired by Sri Gangeo Mukherjee. I welcome our respected chair and speakers onto the stage. Please have a let me have the honor to introduce our esteemed chair for the session. Gangeo Mukherjee is an independent scholar. He taught English at a college for 32 years before retiring early in 2021. He was a fellow at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, and Sabarmati Ashram Preservation and Memorial Trust. He has been a visiting professor at the School of Arts and Sciences, Ahmedabad University, and adjunct faculty at DAIICT, Gandhinagar. Interested in the history of ideas with a particular focus on 19th and 20th century India, Professor Mukherjee is the author of Gandhi and Tagore, Politics, Truth and Conscience, and An Alternative Idea of India, Tagore and Vivekananda. Professor Mukherjee has edited Learning Nonviolence and co-edited Exploring Agency in the Mahābhārata, Ethical and Political Dimensions of Dharma. I welcome our chair and speaker, and I'd request our chair to take charge of the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, let me extend a welcome to the second session of the day. There has been a slight modification in the schedule of the second session. The first speaker, Dr. Jeffrey D. Long, who was to have joined us via satellite link, is unable to do so because of a severely upset stomach. We have the other esteemed speaker of this now afternoon, Professor MRINAL KAUL, who I believe will hold forth in lieu of both the speakers. Professor KAUL, I have the privilege of and honor of introducing Professor KAUL. Professor KAUL is an established scholar who teaches Indian philosophy at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences in the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, now Mumbai. Interested in a wide variety of subjects pertaining to philosophy and literature, the current focus of Professor KAUL's study is the 13th century philosopher from Kashmir, Abhinavagupta. If I dare say, and characteristically rush in where angels would have otherwise been foolish to tread, this Professor Abhinavagupta is particularly relevant not only to the overall topic of Dharma in an epic which portrays the human condition. He is also, in a way, in the technical term used today, dovetails, if I may say so, with the previous session, because Abhinavagupta's principle of the senses and their dynamics with virtue is a very important fact in the Mahābhārata. Specifically, Krishna in the Moksadharmaparva, when he is speaking to Yudhishthira on the calm, he says that the moment you exert your selfhood and try to find an adversity in calm changes forms and defeats you. He is invincible. So the only way out is to channelize calm through Dharma. And in his commentary on Gita, Abhinavagupta, actually close to the Vedantic position perhaps, he says that he treats the senses as deities in the human body, and offering or providing for the senses as offerings to the deity. So without much ado, I welcome Professor KAUL. We all look forward to hearing from him. Professor.
Thank you so much. Can I use, I think, the podium there?
Of course, wherever you feel comfortable. You don't require the screen or?
No. I just require people probably to just see me. Thank you very much for that rather generous introduction. Thanks to the organizers, particularly Professor Chakravarti, for probably he's here, not here, for considering to invite me. And I don't know if I can make up for both the speakers, but I'll say what I have to say nonetheless. And since the chair has introduced me as a student or pupil of Abhinavagupta in some sense, so he was talking about this stotra that he has, Dehastha Devata Stotra, Dehastha Devata Chakra Stotra, where all the senses are basically deities. And since we began with a discourse in the morning on Ananda, and these deities are to be worshipped, but worship there means you have to satisfy them. Which I would rather, tangentially touch upon also in the presentation about this concept of pravritti and nivritti, so that how potentially pravritta or engaged can you be if you are potent enough to indulge in the world rather to be a nivritta or to renunciate the world. Because world is unlike Vedantins, and he is a staunch philosophical enemy of non-dual Vedantins. World for him is real because it's the real world of experience. Of course, Anubhava, Anubhuti, Shankara also talks about that. So I would mostly read what I have written, probably interjecting here and there if I have comments, hoping that I'll make some sense. Please allow me to revisit my childhood school memory in my mind. The lines of the English play Dr. Faustus by Christopher Marlowe, read by my English professor, still echo in my ears. While explaining to me who Dr. Faustus was, my teacher blew a trumpet into my ears in his asserting Kashmiri voice. He said, "All of us are Dr. Faustus. You are Dr. Faustus. And so am I. We are all visited by good and bad angels. We learn and we unlearn. Our constant conundrums make us Dr. Faustus MRINAL." That's what he said. Dr. Faustus means a struggle. In classical Islamic philosophy, for instance, the inner meaning of jihad, that today we are acquainted with the modern meaning of this word. But the inner meaning of jihad is the internal struggle against evil in oneself. This is said to be greater jihad as opposed to lesser jihad that focuses on debate or persuasion and warfare. Indeed, no concept of rationality can ever either argue for or persuade even a child about what an inner or moral struggle connotes. But is this inner struggle the struggle of a solipsist? Is a question to ask. So largely what I have written, what in this paper, essay, or some thoughts I have put together is thinking my mind aloud. I mean, even the terms that I use, moral conundrums and so on and so forth, I'm not strictly sticking to, for instance, the translations of Dharma Samshaya, Dharma Sankata. I'm more or less loudly trying to speak my mind out and making a point nonetheless. As I sat down contemplating writing a word, keeping in mind the theme of this seminar, it made me think each one of us lives the life of a Mahābhārata. And we all live characters of this epic. It is as if a person's moral and emotional life is a single version of a Mahābhārata. In fact, we struggle to live these characters each moment, juggling between the righteousness of one over the profanity of the other. And we also switch characters audaciously. We have to. It is a fight, a battle, rather preparation for a battle each time, but one's own battle primarily with oneself. The battle where one is roped into fighting a war of helplessness of the human condition, of being a human. Each character represents nothing but a struggle of a righteous Rama or Krishna over a profane Ravana or Kamsa. Whether Kamsa is in Mahābhārata or not, that's not what I'm considering here. I'm going beyond the texts even. As righteous Rama and not like immoral Ravana. As Mammata would say, Rama divat vartitavyam na Ravana divat. One should behave like a righteous Rama, not like immoral Ravana. What gives Mammata this moral right to instruct me on the righteousness of Rama? The good old tradition, perhaps? What we have been discussing since morning, the Mahajana. We'll come to that. Lamenting or enjoying being human is like, Kabir would say, and I take this translation of one of his couplets, between the two stones of millstone, no one survived intact. Unquote. This grinding between the two stones of dharma and adharma is being a practitioner of moral conundrums. And yet Kabir reminds us further, again another translation of one of his couplets, what a crazy world where people worship a piece of stone. No one worships the millstone at home, yet they eat what is ground from it. Unquote. We literally eat these mental, moral conundrums, and we as humans are made up of them. To uphold a virtuous category called dharma and to abandon a vicious category like adharma, we need a meta-category called Mahādharma, like the Maha in Mahābhārata, i.e. a practice of paradox that decides not only when the good is upheld and the bad is abandoned, but more importantly, when is good evil and when is bad sound. Human life is perennially suspended between the moral dilemma of this binary. It means exercising morality or struggling with moral dilemmas, yet struggling without a clear solution to the conundrum, if there is one. Do moral dilemmas need solutions? Are moral dilemmas subjective, i.e., one has to deal with one's moral conscience, or are they involved only in our social transactions, i.e., my moral conscience vis-a-vis others' moral conscience? What is the ontology of this moral dilemma? Who is a moral being or agent? What does it mean to be a moral being? We would look at a few examples in the Mahābhārata and possibly explore how the 11th century philosopher Abhinavagupta makes sense of some of these questions. Probing into this concept, first and foremost, requires us to evaluate the binary of dharma and adharma. No multi-layered hermeneutics in developing an answer to the question of what dharma is will ever satisfy the practitioners of this problem. If it did, then the world of our experience will cease to be. However, an attempt can be made to investigate the questions, such as whether dharma and adharma are mutually opposing categories, or should they be understood as mutually augmenting or mutually harmonizing categories. Would the categories of dharma and adharma function like the mutually opposing categories like purity and impurity? Or unlimited and limited, prescribed and restricted like the vidhi and nisheda or vihita and nishiddha? Or knowledge and ignorance, jnana and ajnana? Would such a proposition suffer from the fault of mutual dependence, anyonyashaya? Perhaps. Or are we simply referring to a perennial human phenomenon like friendship, as between Karna and Duryodhana, both belonging to the camp of adharma? It is not a relationship like that of an agent and agency, I mean of dharma and adharma. Can we imagine lives without conflict? Human life is a conflict, and living, quote unquote living, is addressing this conflict. How to address this conflict? This is not a conflict that is to be resolved. This is a conflict where a judicious action in thought, word, and deed is a prerequisite. The complexity of dharma is also embedded in the other two members of Trivarga, viz. Kama and Artha. A little discussion since morning we have been warming up towards. Dharma is suspended on the functionality of Kama or karma. a larger meaning of karma that's understood partly by Mahabharatakara himself, and also how you would see Abhinava tries to kind of interpret it. It is karma that holds the key to dharma. Upholding dharma signifies developing a discriminating power for the right action. Karma signifies vyavahara, the world of our daily experience, or our mutual behaviors in our day-to-day lives with other human beings. After all, we are not solipsists. Remember, I started with that. Even the wise are confused in determining about what is action and what is inaction. As in the Gita 4.16-17, with this very famous line which often gets quoted, Kim karma kim akarmeti kavayopyatra mohitaha tatte karma pravakshami yadgyatva mokshase ashubhat. And then towards the end there is one more line, bodhavyam gahana karmano gatihi. What is action and what is inaction? Even the wise are confused in determining this. The truth about the recommended action, wrong action, and inaction is profound and difficult to understand. I am paraphrasing from the Gahana Karmano Gati. Here, my purpose of quoting the verses from the Bhagavad Gita is also to bring your attention to the comments Abhinavagupta makes on this verse. And I quote the translation of Arvind Sharma, even though there are some parts of the translation I don't agree with. I have improved them. I quote. And he says, this is now Abhinavagupta saying, the distinction between what is action and what is not action is hard to understand. Well, that's given that he's trying to comment on the text. Yeah? Nothing remarkable there. For even in the performance of proper action, evil action is present, as in the killing of the victim in the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Moreover, there is good present even in wrong, forbidden action, as in saving people from suffering by killing criminals. Besides, even when one is physically doing nothing, both good and evil action is being performed by speech and mind, because actions of that sort cannot be avoided except by knowledge. Therefore, even the wise do not know karma is on account of its mysterious nature. So we have on the one side the mysterious nature of karma itself. Dharma anyway lives in the cave. We have seen that. Therefore, even the wise do not know karma is on account of its mysterious nature. Whether by this good action our good will come about, and whether by not performing these actions our salvation will not be achieved. Therefore, that which is about to be spoken of, which is capable of burning up the fuel of all karma, good and bad, must be sought. This is what the Lord means, the unquote translation part.
Professor Kaul, just a minute.
Sure.
Can I request the distinguished guests here to kindly put their phones on silent mode? It is perhaps only fitting and a respect to the speaker to do so. Please.
Thank you. When even karma is of mysterious nature, the truth of dharma is rightly said to be hidden in a cave. In this context, Mukund Lat has emphasized the concept of anrishamsya. That's what Madam was talking about in the morning, and this is also emphasized by B.K. Matilal in his work very much. By which a translated word she used, non-atrocity. That's one way to understand it. akrurata, for instance, the non-atrocity. The other translations, loose translations, could be absence of cruelty or harm, absence of injury, kindness, benevolence. In this context, Mukund Ladd has emphasized the concept of anrishamsya, that the Mahābhārata regards as the Paramadharma. And I'll come to this idea that how Paramadharma, which ahimsa also is, how he differentiates between the two. I.e., a certain deep, so how he tries to kind of paraphrase this meaning of anrishamsya, a certain deep metaphysical understanding of life that also includes even deeper sensitivity towards the collective human condition or towards other humans. So he plays with the word para, right? That is, of course, this sensitivity should be infused with a deep feeling of good for humans in this world itself. So, I mean, a point to think, what does moksha mean? In the morning we're talking about what moksha means, for instance, for Mahābhārata, or why Anandavardhana, says that the moksha, Mahābhārata's main prerogative is the moksha, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, these are questions to be kind of thought about. This sensitivity should be infused with a deep feeling of good for humans in this world itself. This is, of course, not to deny the moksha or the other worldly perks for humans, but this is accepting firmly the challenges of this world that demands accepting the complicatedness of dharma. It is this category called dharma that makes human a human, not the moksha. Mukund Ladd continues to say that at the core of dharma of humans stand two firm pillars. One is freedom, swatantrya, and that's my one candidate also that applies in Abhinavagupta's idea of this swatantrya-vada. One is freedom, and another is power of discrimination, the viveka. Purushartha, and he adds to it, is sadhya and not siddha. And human is sadhaka. And sadhaka can only be the one who is free. Viveka, the second pillar, is the search for, he uses the term auchitya. Auchitya, i.e., what is purposefully rightful. That's how I am interpreting it. It's not easy to translate auchitya, for instance. I mean, I don't want to go to Kavya Shastra and translate auchitya from there, because that wouldn't make sense here. A very basic and extremely common insight might be enough to make us think how easy it is for a renouncer to renounce the world, and how equally difficult it is for a non-renouncer to be and behave with the world, being inside the world of behavior. Anyone can live by themselves, but the real challenges would be if we can live with others and behave with them too. And this cannot be the path or marga of nivritti, but it has to be a marga of pravritti, i.e., how well can we engage ourselves with the world around us. For Manava Dharma Shastra, Manu, not only the Veda is the root or mula or the pramana of dharma, but also the sadhunam achara, i.e., the behavior of moral exemplars. And that behavior of moral exemplars, gradually I'm coming to the idea, since morning also we have been trying to understand what this Mahajana category is. And I largely agree with all what has been said so far. Beyond that, it is the self-satisfaction, i.e., the contentment of the conscience. That is also a pramana. Sadhunam dharmikanam atmanaha tushtireva. Here, Kulluka Bhatta, the commentator on Manu, quotes Garga saying, vaikalpike atmatushtihi pramanam. So saying that, or the vaikalpika, there is on the other side also atmatushti can be a pramana. In the same way, while proclaiming the definition of dharma, Manu says, if Veda, Smriti and Sadachara are the evident characteristics of dharma, then Priyamatmanaha is equally relevant. Atmanaha Priyam is Atmatushtihi, i.e. that makes the conscience content, the Tushti idea. For Abhinavagupta, this contentment is defined by equalization of dharma and adharma. In his interpretation on the Bhagavad Gita 5.27, which is again this verse basically, which has a yogic connotation, but how he kind of, you see, that changes the meaning there. Sparshan kritva bahirbahyansh chakshush chaivantare bhruvau prana panau. So the dual. Prana panau samau kritva nasabhyantara charinau. And then there is 28 also, where this idea towards the end, yahasada mukta evasa. So I read the translation. Shutting out all thoughts of external enjoyment with the gaze fixed on the space between the two eyebrows, equalizing the flow of the incoming and outgoing breath, the prana panau, in the nostrils, you have this expression nasabhyantara charinau, and thus controlling the senses, mind and intellect, the sage who becomes free from desire, fear and anger, always lives in freedom. I mean, it's a loose translation, but so now if one has to read Abhinavagupta's comment, a very short, crisp comment on this. He says, and I'm reading Arvind Sharma's again translation, having placed all the senses here indicated by the use of the word I between the right and the left eyebrow, that is to say, in a special state free from anger and attachment, having established the prana and apana, and there the comment, what changes the meaning? Having established the prana and apana, that is dharma and adharma, evenly in the center of the mind, let him thus sit. So he understands completely prana and apana as the equilibrium of the prana and apana, as the equilibrium of dharma and adharma. Prana and apana for Abhinava stands for dharma and adharma here. The nasabhyantara charinau stands not for the nose and the movement of the breath through nasal passages, but for the mind and the equalization of dharma and adharma. This is exactly how he also interprets another famous verse from the Gita 8:10. Prayana kale manasa chalena bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva bhruvora madhye pranamavesha samyak satam param purusham upaiti divyam. Even with rock solid devotion, achalena bhaktya, now that's me saying, even with rock solid devotion, achalena bhaktya, and the force of mind, yoga balena chaiva, one must always keep the question, what is dharma, alive? It's me saying, this is not Abhinavagupta saying. This question itself is the life force of dharma. This is what Mukund Lat was arguing, and Rishamsya is the force of Mahābhārata. He argues that while on the one hand ahimsa is connected with the renunciation, that's his interpretation, or with the seekers of liberation, mumukshunam krite, with the concept of Rishamsya, Mahābhārata forcefully brings the concept of ahimsa to the platform of vyavahara. He gives there an example of how also Gandhi did that, but for that I think we'll have to wait for Professor Raghuram Raju's presentation. That's not my domain where I would like to comment. Mahabharata forcefully brings the concept of ahimsa to platform of vyavahara, to the fold of pravritti, and war becomes inevitable. Action becomes natural. Each character of the Mahabharata is making unceasing efforts to act, and act according to something that is not prescribed, dharma. But then something that has puzzled me for some time now is what Narada means to say to Bhishma when he says, and this is a verse which drew my attention because Abhinavagupta quotes it in his Paratrishika Vivarana in a different context completely. But when I read it, it brought my attention to what does this verse perhaps mean outside that particular context. The verse is Tyaja dharmam adharmam cha ubhe satya nrite tyaja ubhe satya nrite tyaktva yena tyajasi tatyaja. It occurs twice in Moksadharma in Shanti Parvan. Abandon the dharma and adharma. Abandon both truth and untruth. And after having abandoned both truth and untruth, abandon the means through which you have abandoned both truth and untruth. So are we here dealing with something which is kind of atyanta bhava, that we have to practice absolute negation? What does it mean? So I have my experiments. It's something in progress, so I don't know if you agree or disagree. As one expects, Shankara quotes this verse in Karma Yoga in the chapter 3 in his Gita, upholding the renunciation, i.e. it is only renunciation that leads to liberation. There should be total renouncement, the total renunciation. So he quotes it accordingly there, which goes well with his interpretation. But does the verse mean that, for instance, if one has to experiment or try to be creative in interpreting the verse? I have been thinking of reading this verse suggestively, vyanjaya, dhvanyatmaka rupena. I have been thinking of reading this verse suggestively, and thus paradoxically, i.e., if one has to read tyaja, abandoning, as griha, as grasping, thus reading it paradoxically. Of course, I am ignoring the meter cause, I am ignoring the meter problems and stuff, but it's an experiment. Thus, the paradox of abandoning or grasping may gradually move towards developing some dynamic dialectic unity of opposites, represented by the two so-called opposing categories of dharma and adharma, creating a scope for a meta-category of Mahādharma, a pure phenomenon of practicing dharma. However, this dialectical unity probably cannot be dichotomous but circular. It is as if, like an Ouroboros, one end of the circle is the subject and the other end is the object. And there is constant revolving and moving from the positions of subject to object and object to subject. But this process is not unidirectional. It is as if dharma is always chasing adharma and adharma is always chasing dharma. In this dialectical circular unity, abandoning and agreeing become mere two potent possibilities depending on which side of the circle one is on. This also means that the idea of subjectivity and objectivity, or presencing and withdrawing, is dynamic and not absolutely fixed. Otherwise, how do we explain Krishna's instruction to Arjuna to kill Duryodhana with the words, and I use the translation here of the verse, if Bhimasena attempts to kill Duryodhana according to dharma, and remember it's Krishna's words, so there is that significance. No, what allegorical representation does he hold in the epic? If Bhimasena attempts to kill Duryodhana according to dharma, he can never win. He has to violate it in order to kill Duryodhana. Or, so unquote the translation, or Bhishma and Drona revealing their secrets to none other than the Dharmaraja, Yudhishthira, who is also the opposite camp, about how they can be killed, both of them. Bhishma and Drona revealed their war ethics to Yudhishthira. Bewilderment reigned their minds. This should bring me to the last point I want to make. Since I have enough time, so
Please.
the generosity, the freedom I'm enjoying. This should bring me to the last point I want to make. Can Dharma be argued for? Yudhishthira's realization was, and we have come across this verse since morning, time and again, Tarako apratishtaha shrutayo vibhinna nasau rishiyasyam matam na bhinnam dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam mahajano yena gataha sapantha. There are many readings of this verse, and it's in the critical edition, it's in the appendix, and so on and so forth. I'm choosing right now to ignore those problems. Reason fails. The scriptural authorities are diverse, and there is no learned person whose understanding is not different. I think if today there was a chance to have this as an emblem of some Indian whatever, it should have been Nasau Rishi Yasyam Matam Nabhinnam. You know, that would define the Catholicity. Reason fails, the scriptural authorities are diverse, and there is no learned person whose understanding is not different. The core of Dharma is hidden in a cave. And what is to be followed is to tread the path of the moral exemplars. So, Mahajano Yena Gataha Sapantha. So, I am translating it as loosely moral exemplars. I.e., what moral exemplars have done in the past. But who says that the moral exemplars have not made mistakes? Of course, they have. And this is precisely what one should learn from their experience. No doubt that the art of rationalizing is a litmus test to any truth. So, tarko apratishta. Yet a rational argument, for the sake of argument alone, may neither do justice to the idea of rationalization itself, nor can it logically justify the attempt of rationalizing the concept, because the rationality of something should certainly lie in what one can do with it, rather than just formulating an argument. The fact that the scriptural traditions are diverse, so we have the idea that Shrutayo Vibhinna, the fact that the scriptural traditions are diverse provides a potential firm ground for accommodating and addressing moral dilemmas of all sorts. And the fact that there is even further scope to interpret them differently according to the norms of Desha and Kala strengthens the ground for Dharma. So the allegory of the cave here should be interpreted as subject to interpretation. I will once again come to Abhinava Gupta's interpretation of the Bhagavad Gita 9.24-26, where we have this very famous Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam Yo Me Bhaktya Prayachati, wherein he argues that nothing is prescribed or prohibited to be abandoned. I'm still commenting on the verse. So this later part, concluding part, is the commentary on this verse, my commentary on this verse. So through different means, I'm trying to comment on this verse. Wherein he argues in this part of the commentary that nothing is prescribed or prohibited to be abandoned or acquired, i.e., there is no provision or injunction, vidhi, or non-injunction, avidhi. According to him, the prescription or prohibition would mean the fragmentation of the absolute reality, which is an impossibility for him, because he has his Advaita system and to uphold the Advaitic system and so on and so forth. He gives a unique interpretation to avidhi. while commenting on the Bhagavad Gita 9.24 to 26. Now this is again a translation. This is my translation. So you had, I think this is a small half a passage, so I'll read it and please be patient with me. This is Abhinava saying, "Whosoever worships gods with various names, all worship me alone. Since there is nothing worthy of worshipping except me, namely the Brahman." His Brahman is not Vedantin's Brahman, that you should be careful about. "But avidhina," which is mentioned in the text, avidhina has a specific meaning. This is Abhinava's words. What is it? I.e., they do this worship by using another mode. So, avidhi, which would otherwise mean non samasa, so it would be not vidhi, no injunction, he uses it as anya vidhi. No? So, avidhi means another mode. Vidhi I have translated here as mode. I alone am to be worshipped by various different modes, since I am the Supreme Brahman. Not how it has been interpreted by the ones who are the great sinners maligned by interpretation of other dualistic philosophies. Understanding they have not understood the meaning at all. They interpret avidhi as a corrupt mode. If that was the case, then the sentence is like, they worship me alone. He's quoting here the Gita. They worship me alone, and I alone am the enjoyer of all the sacrifices. That we have seen earlier in the text should be worthless. Thus, there is no point in engaging with those who are confused by the dirt of ignorance. This is how our masters explained it. Another, meaning those who worship a god who is other than one's own self, as taught by the doctrine that preaches duality. A particular god that is devoid of the nature of Brahman. In reality, all of them worship me alone, i.e., the nature of the self. But they worship me by using another mode, i.e., corrupt mode, by adopting the meaning in terms of duality. Now, there ends his words, my translation of his commentary. Mode of duality is not a corrupt mode. It is just another mode, explains Abhinava. Strongly advocating any mode as an authentic mode provides strongly advocating any mode as an authentic mode, whatsoever mode as an authentic mode, provided they are non-dual modes. What one does becomes one's mode. So understand the idea. What one does becomes one's mode. Even to be or being is a mode. And that's what he meant when earlier he was saying even just to be is action. So how can... That is why for Abhinava there cannot be any prescription or prohibition. Prescribing and prohibiting would mean violating the freedom of the subject. Towards the end of one of his works, which is this Malini Vijayottara Vartika, but also his longer commentary on this Ishvara Pratibhijna Vivritti Vimarshini, somewhere he quotes that one verse, which is partly actually his own, but he's also paraphrasing from Varaha Mihara, I can see that. But he's almost in Malini Vijayavartika, he's presenting it as if it's his own. Towards the end of the Malini Vijayavartika, Abhinava further strengthens this Catholicity of his non-dual hermeneutics, saying, the mode that is one's own, with which one worships their God, that mode itself has to be their ritual. Yo yair deva upasyate swavidhina tai tasya karya kriya. The ones, so I'm reading, this was the last line, but I'm reading the translation also of the first 3 lines. The ones who worship Vishnu are known as Bhagavatas, ones who worship the sun as Magas, ones who worship Shiva as Pashupatas who smear ashes, ones who worship the divine mothers as those adepts in the rites of the mother circles, ones who worship Brahman Brahman, they are Brahmins. Ones who worship Buddha, they are Shakyas. Ones who worship the Jainas, they are naked monks. That's problematic anyway. But all of this, the mode that is one's own, with which one worships their God, that mode itself has to be their ritual. The concept of Mahajana, now that was the commentary I had of this part of Nasau Rishi Yasyam Matam Nabhinnam. Now, I'm coming to the concept of Mahajana transforms into the Mimamsa concept of Prasiddhi or Mahajana Prasiddhi, i.e. the established well-known usage of the eminent elders of society. That's one translation. Of course, I completely agree with the translation also of what common people follow. That's also the meaning there, and that's, I think I have kind of tried to paraphrase that. It is just another name of the established well-known usage that partakes of the nature of popular tradition, Loka Parampara. Even though quoting this verse by Vyasa, Kumarila doubts the autonomous validity of the universal acceptance of popular convention, Loka Prasiddhi, towards ascertaining the Dharma and the Adharma. This established well-known usage, Prasiddhi, functions as a synthesizer of posterior with prior. It is due to this usage that all worldly transactions are possible. For someone like Abhinavagupta, who further translates the concept of Prasiddhi into Agama, all philosophical and religious systems inherently present a unanimity, even though they do so differently. And he does not see a problem with this contradiction. I have one more paragraph, sir, just a couple of minutes. When we think of re-engaging with these epics today, the theme that we have been engaging with, dealing with, and exploring how they can possibly make us more sensitive than ever to any human condition, I think I become more confused than I was. I.e., of course, it is clear to me, as I also argued above, that the traditions of these epics have lived dynamic lives of Catholicity. Catholicity meaning all-inclusiveness in a sense. The liberality, or literal meaning would be someone, if I say he's a man of Catholic tastes, would be he's a man of all tastes. So in that sense. By which I mean to accept, engage and address human conditions with an approach that may be universally defined, but its dynamic nature can only be experienced at particular levels. In a sentence like Devadatta is cooking rice, we are aware that this sentence can never mean that Devadatta is cooking all rice in the whole universe. The action that is cooking can only take place not universally, but particularly, alone. Taking a cue from how Abhinavagupta reinterprets Vidhi, I suggest that a category like Dharma can only function in its unspecified, undefined, unpredictable, negotiable, and thus autonomous nature. This should make us think. Since we are contemplating the human condition, what do the numerous retellings and endless performances of these epic episodes mean for us today? Every year when the Rama Leela episodes are enacted, so now certainly I take jump from Krishna to Rama, but that is to conclude. Every year when the Rama Leela episodes are enacted, what does it make us think about? How morally sensitive we are, or how morally insensitive we have become. Remember, Shastra may teach a nivritti, but epics teach us pravritti. That's the Catholicity of the epic, which I think Professor Sen was talking about in the morning, that how do we understand this? Mahabharata is all of this. And that's why it is a paradox. It's a bombshell paradox in that sense, no? So remember, Shastra may teach us nivritti, but epics teach us pravritti. If that cannot be, then these epics will become fossilized for us. Like in the case of Adhyatma Ramayana, as in every other Ramayana, the hero Rama is exiled. In case of Adhyatma Rāmāyana, I am giving you an episode one episode from there to conclude. Rama tries to dissuade his gentle wife Sita from going with him into the dangerous forest. But Sita insists on sharing the exile and the hardships with him. When Rama continues to argue, Sita is exasperated and wins the argument by acclaiming. And what does she say? This is the sentence. Countless Rāmāyanas have been composed. Do you know of one where Sita does not go into the forest with Rama? This is, at the same time, a robust example of the dynamic nature or the deep self-awareness of the characters of these epic tales, of themselves, self-awareness. If we don't rethink the teachings of these epics will then certainly begin to rethink us. Otherwise, the worst danger may be that the meaning of the following words from either Manu or the Mahābhārata, or circulating in auto rickshaws in the contemporary world of our experience, will continue to be misread and misinterpreted by the contemporary immoral destroyers. And the verse is, Dharma eva hato hanti dharmo rakshati rakshitaha tasmad dharmo nahantavyo mano dharmo hato avadhit. Just quick translation. When Dharma, understand here probably loosely translated as morality now for want of translation, but I tried to explain what Dharma means. When Dharma, i.e. morality, is destroyed, it destroys its destroyer. When Dharma is protected, it protects its protector. Therefore, Dharma ought not to be destroyed. May not Dharma destroy all of us or violate it. Thank you so much. Can I sit back?
Please, come. Thank you, Professor Kaul, for this. I hesitate to use the word brilliant because it involves kind of judgmental attribute. I would suggest luminous would be, I believe, humble enough and appropriate enough. So before we begin, before I invite questions from the audience, I take this liberty of flagging very briefly, flagging 2 points, which again have their bearing in the discussion of the morning. One is the question of moral exemplar, and both have a bearing with the complexity of Dharma. That what does the meaning Mahajanapada mean? Mahajana mean? So the slight problem in the epics with the meaning with Mahajana being construed as the majority of the people is an episode of the Rāmāyana, that when after Sita is there and Ram sees the signs of pregnancy in a body and he's very happy. It isn't from the Valmiki Rāmāyana. And just after offering Maitreya to Sita and enjoying with her the dances of the young girls, he says that you're pregnant, what can I do for you? And Sita being Sita, she said that I want to, what a beautiful conceit by Valmiki. That Sita says that she wants to spend a night with the recluses. She doesn't ask for anything else. He says, so be it. And then he goes to the court. And there he says that after a bout of levity, he asks his ministers as to public opinion is very strong and it can destroy the kings and everything. And so I'm curious to know as to what the people of Ayodhya say about my stepmother Kaikeyi, about my brother Lakshman. So this is a very, all of them are very praise the Lord, your actions. And he said, no, please. So there is an uneasy calm, and an elderly minister stands up and says that the saying in Ayodhya is, and it is not one washerman, it perhaps is injected in the text with bhash, maybe. But in the Valmiki Rāmāyana, it is the entire Ayodhya, the crossroads, the lanes, the by-lanes. That is the literal meaning of the shlok. So he says that entire Ayodhya is saying that Ram has done great things. But what sensual pleasure can he derive with Sita, knowing that she has sat on the lap of Rama? Now Ram is stunned and he says that, is it that then every minister assents that this is the general opinion of Ayodhya? So there is a slight, that might be a slight epical problem with the epical perspective of regarding the majority of the people as moral exemplars. And secondly, linking it with this, the subtlety of the Dharma, the Gita says that, in the Gita Krishna says that even renunciation can be temporary and fleeting, and temptations can come back until and unless one has beholden the Almighty. Arjun does. He does the Vishwarupa. And not only Shankara here makes the difference that Arjun is not the Uttam Adhikari, he is the Madhyam Adhikari to understand the Gita. So where the Anugita takes place before Krishna is to take leave, he says that in the field of battle I have forgotten whatever you have said. So even beholding the Almighty is not enough to reinforce the sense of Dharma. So these are the two brief points that I wanted to flag. Please, the floor is open. Yes, Professor N.
Now, may I congratulate you on offering so many novel interpretations of many verses. But anyway, I would like to have your opinion on certain problems that occur to me right now. One is, you see, you quoted that verse starting with Tarko Apratishta. Now, you see, somehow it seems to me that this Tarko Apratishta has a very baneful effect on our ethical thinking. Because you always put fetters on reason. If you take Manu Samhita, Dharma Shastra Virodhina Jastarke Nanusandhatte Sadharmang Vedanetara. So it must not question the Dharma Shastra in any way. Or you see, even in Jajgavalka you have that Yuktihine Vicharetu Dharmahani Prajayate. But even there is this rider that you cannot challenge the Dharma Shastras. And there is another floating verse. This morning, Professor Chakravarti was naming his maternal uncle, who also happens to be my spiritual mentor, Diksha Guru, Anantalal Thakur. So from him I had one verse, I don't remember the source, that Puranam, Manavag Shastram, Vedam, Pashupadam Tatha, Ajga Siddhani Chattvari, Nahantabhyani Hetuhi. That they are just beyond the realm of reasoning. This, I think, had a very bad effect. Mm-hmm. Because you see, after all, at some time or other, you have to bring in some reasoning. Otherwise, and you see, I think the worst case, or worst example of this blind following was found in Uma Maheshwara Samvada in Mahābhārata, where it is said, where I think someone says, Andho jadaiva sankhi, jad brahmimi tadachara. Just do what I say, like a blind person. This blind adherence to customs, to practices, to texts, they have made moral zombies of us.
Totally agreed. Totally agreed.
I'll stop by quoting two examples from the Mahābhārata itself. Take you see, Bhishma is supposed to be such a great repository of virtue. Take some of his actions. Let us not discuss his habit of coming up with vows every now and then. I know, we all know what that led to. Take just one example. When Vichitravirja was to be married, he went to the court of the king of Kashi, whose daughters were for Swayamvara. He simply abducted them.
Right.
Because he said that, well, in the case of Kshatriyas, Harana is one of the acceptable modes. And we all know what happened thereafter. So this blind adherence to customs without any thought of their possible consequences, this is dangerous.
Absolutely. I mean, I cannot agree more, of course. I think the one point which, of course, I didn't touch, but that if needs to be touched, is that is everything in the epics that there is, because we are making a reading of them from where we stand. So even that applies for Dharma Shastra, that applies, I think, for most of what stands on the name of Dharma, that we are the meaning makers. So there is a lot in the epics itself, in the Dharma Shastra itself, which is one outrightly irrelevant to us, but also a lot of practices, for instance, or teachings to say that those are just simply horrendous. And one shouldn't be hesitant enough not to just deny them, but abhor them as something that... So it's like, as meaning makers, we are that, you know, in the emblem there is Hamsa. So we are the meaning makers. Meaning makers are not the texts themselves, these characters and so on and so forth. I think that's something very fundamental to understand, that we are the meaning makers, and how we make meaning out of Krishna, out of Duryodhana, out of Yudhishthira, Bhishma, and so on and so forth. That is not to say that we have to be opportunists, because if you be opportunists, then you can also be fanatics. That's why the role of Dharma comes in, that what is, you know, precisely Dharma comes there, okay, in Mahābhārata, what is right and what is wrong for me today, right? I can't just go blindly about that. The Tarka idea, I mean, I think I was using that in a again very larger sense. I mean, from one point of view, I think if we largely think that, oh, this Tarkamati should not be applied, that would be completely wrong to say. I think I completely agree with you that if we do that, then that has what has led to a lot of chaos that we see in contemporary Indian society. However, it's more important to also understand that one shouldn't just simply go by the logistics of reasoning. Okay, I have yatra yatra dhumah tatra tatra vahini and then done. No. There is an example I can give you. See, there is a text by Abhinava Tantraloka in 4th Anika. He gives an example and he completely turns the meaning of this tarka upside down. So, even to the level he says, Tarko Yoganga Muttamam. So he makes it a Yoganga. But what does it mean? He just simply gives an example. He says, I cannot define it further, it's just an example. An example is this, he says, what is it that a horse, when a horse is treading a completely uneven path, let's say, you know, it's going on the mountain like Kailasha mountain and so on and so forth, but still with that treading the totally uneven path, it makes sure that the one sitting on the back is intact. Okay, you go up, down, and so on and so forth, but it makes it sure with all unevenness, there is evenness. And that's what Tarka means for him with this example. And somewhere, I think when one says, you know, in what sense should one in what sense logic should play a role, I mean to say, for personally me, this is the role logic should play. Not completely going in the shushka tarka, not completely going in the non-logical sense, but somewhere trying to make sense with this idea that what does a logical explanation entail? And not becoming the slave of logic itself, because logic also has a reason, you know, there is sadhya sadhana and so it has a reason to prove something. What is the purposefulness of that, you know? Prayojanam anuddishyam mando vina pravartate. So that's something prayojana has to be in mind. Sorry.
Since Dr. Richard Davies will be waiting to join online from the USA, and we have to adhere very strictly to the time, maybe we have just a moment of a very brief and pointed question, please. One single question, but very pointed, please.
Acha, I have learned a lot of information from you, but I have heard external enjoyment by not still controlling the mind by desire, anger attachment, Dharma, pran and apan. My question is pran and apan. It is how it is applicable here. I can't understand. Please tell me.
See, this is not my explanation. This is Abhinavagupta's explanation. And I think Professor Sen was making a point in the morning, which I didn't delve in much greater detail of this suggestion. Mahabharata, you can do several readings of Mahabharata. I think the best reading of Mahabharata is done Vyanjanaya, metaphorically. If you understand metaphor as metaphor, not violating the rule of metaphor as understanding literal. So, taking that leap here in terms of explanation, what is otherwise a yogic exercise, I mean exercise not in that sense, but what is prescribed in the text, it is the independence of the writer, the commentator, to develop the hermeneutics further and understand and give that explanation of understanding that the way you practice prana and apana, the same way, if you know what that means, and if you know as a practice in your body, in your yogic body, astral body, that how to strike that balance between prana and apana, that's why the prana apana samau kritva, then that's exactly how dharma and adharma should function. So it's more kind of the metaphoric hermeneutic idea.
Thank you, Professor KAUL,
sir,
for this brilliant session.
Sir, one question, just a minute, sir.
Excuse me. It is not. If it were up to me, I would have let this session go on till the end of the afternoon. But the speaker would be available anyway.
Yeah, we can talk in the lunch.
Outside the hall for impromptu discussions. So please contain yourself, and for a minute before the speaker steps out, and we log off this session so that Professor Davies should not be kept waiting. So thank you very much, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor KAUL.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we will be back at 2:10 for the last two sessions. So a 30 minutes break for lunch. At 2:15 we will start the next session. Welcome everyone to our post-lunch session. For this session, we have as speakers Dr. Richard Davis and Dr. Pradeep Gokhale. The chair for this session is Acharya Srivatsa Goswami. I welcome everyone onto the stage. Please, sir. Dr. Davis has joined us online. Okay, now I will have the honor to introduce Acharya Goswami. Acharya Srivatsa Goswami comes from the family of eminent scholars and spiritual leaders at Sri Radharamana Mandir of Vrindavana. He is a leading figure in the Vaishnava tradition. He has toured extensively to participate in conferences on philosophy and culture and lecture in major universities around the world. Sri Goswami had been a visiting scholar at Harvard, Heidelberg, and other major universities around the world. His book, Celebrating Krishna, was received with much acclaim. Now, I will request Acharya Goswami to take charge of the session. Right. Thank you.
A very good afternoon and welcome to everybody. And I was wondering that in this third academic session of the day 2 of our deliberations on the role of epics in understanding the concept of Dharma, I'm wondering that the discourse which is evolving, this session seems to be very adharmic. Because Mahajano Yena Gata. So what should be the dharma of this session? And as per the Deshakal Vibhagasha, Desh is Kolkata, Bongo Desh, and the Kal is post-lunch. So Mahajan, Bhadur log, ki kore? Bhat khabar pore ki kora jay? That is the dharma. The majority, looking at the attendance in the room, I feel the people have really followed the Mahajan dharma. Gone to take some well-earned siesta. But there are few who are adharmikas and broken the local custom and rule and dharma and are here, and I welcome them again. There is always, if there is a challenge, there is always a solution. And the solutions come always from the Vedas, because we are Sanatanis, okay? So in Vedas, there is, for this kind of adharmic challenges of the conference dynamics, there is a mantra. And for all of us, I pray the mantra, Trataro Deva Adhivochatanah. O the protector God of the conferencing, save us. Save us from two enemies. Mot Nidra Ishata. Mot Nidra Ishata, in the post-lunch sessions, let slumber not overtake us. We have to pray very hard for that. And then, second one is Mot Jalpin. We should not enter into idle gossip and conversation. The second part, I can assure you, we have such distinguished speakers in this session that the Jalp is very distant concept. And with their brilliance and their thought-provoking presentations, the slumber will be also vanishing from this room. So in this session, which is Dharma Dharman Mithuni Kritya, or online offline Mithuni Kritya. So Dharma is basically a hybrid concept, as we saw in the last presentation. So the dynamics of this session will be hybrid. Professor Richard Davis will be joining us and has already joined us. Welcome, welcome Richard. We are also delighted to see you, and we will soon hear from you.
Yes.
And
Can you
also
hear me
we
now?
have Dr. Pradeep Gokhaleji with us. So with these blessings of these two, I will try to stick to my dharma as a moderator. And the primary and the fundamental and the basic dharma, beyond time and space, is only one for the moderator, a timekeeper. So we begin with this session where Dr. Richard Davis will talk about the Nishadas in the epics, Ekalavya and Guha as outsiders. A very thought-provoking subject. And without going into the detailed introduction to Professor Davis, I'll just remind you that he comes from the Bard College, Annandale-on-Hudson, New York, USA. And whoever has any relationship with Gita will know his remarkable study and commentary on Bhagavad Gita. So we begin our session where the speakers will have roughly 30 minutes to present, and after both the presentations we will have another 20 minutes for interaction. So Richard, it is your floor, your time, your space.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes?
We can hear you very well.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm delighted to be here. And I thank all of the organizers for including me, the distinguished chair, and Professor Chakravarti, and Swami Tathvatananda. I had initially hoped to be in Calcutta for the conference, but that unfortunately has not worked out, so I'm honored to have the chance to speak here from Connecticut in the United States. And the Kala here is Ratra, so I am not suffering from post-lunch lethargy, but middle of the night sleepiness. So I'm looking forward to speaking to you, and also I understand that I will be able to listen to the other presentations from the other panels later on YouTube. So I'm eager to hear what others at this conference have said. So I'm going to try to show slides, and I will share my screen now. And I hope that this will, it says sharing is not turned on, so I am sending a request to share screen. Okay, and now I should be able to share. Let's see here. See if that works. No, not working. Okay, let's see what that says. I'm going to try it one more time. All right. Well, the slideshow is not necessary to my presentation, so since this doesn't seem to be working correctly, I will just continue to give my talk. But you'll have to watch my face rather than the slides that I was going to show. So Sanskrit epics revolve around two upper classes in the hierarchical society of early India. They explore issues of Dharma as it pertains to and is experienced by those two primary classes, namely Kshatriyas and Brahmins. Members of other communities appear in the epics, but always in relation to the two primary classes. In this talk, I want to look briefly at 3 episodes involving members of the Nishada community. Nishadas are nearby outsiders who live close by, but outside the Indo-Aryan social order, as a hunting and fishing, tribally organized community. The first 2 of these episodes exemplify one aspect of ruling class Dharma, that is, proper and improper relations between the upper classes and other lower orders. And the third episode concerns the capacity of members of the Nishada community to observe Dharma themselves. And these stories, and particularly that of Ekalavya, have also had resonance for contemporary audiences in modern India, as Al mentioned briefly at the end of this talk. And that is perhaps something that we can delve into more in the discussion period. Now, it's important to keep in mind that Nishadas may be outside the Indo-Aryan social order, but they live nearby and interact with the Kshatriya and Brahmin characters in a variety of ways. And they often in the epics appear as collateral damage, but with unforeseen consequences. So to take one example, when the lacquer palace in Varanavata is burned in the first book of the Mahābhārata, and the Pandava heroes escape through a tunnel, it is a Nishada woman and her 5 sons who get drunk and fall asleep in the palace, only to die. But in dying, they also protect the lives of the Pandavas for a while. And the huntsman who shoots the croucher bird near Valmiki's ashram at the opening of the Rāmāyana is identified as a Nishada. He gets cursed by the sage, but he inadvertently sets in motion the composition of the epic by his act. Now, Valmiki's ashram is not very far from Ayodhya, where Rama is ruling at the time. And likewise, the other Nishadas we encounter in the epics are living close by, along the Ganges River. This reflects the social reality of the time of composition of the epics. The forest was close, and forest people did have regular economic relations with a dominant sedentary and urban society. Tom Troutman, in his book on elephants and rulers, argues that kings in early northern India maintained elephant reserves and resident forest people nearby to supply and train war elephants. And so in the Mahābhārata as well, we read of troops of Nishada-led elephant squads fighting on both sides at Kurukshetra. I'll try one more time to share the screen. I'd like to be able to share this screen, if I could. I'm doing something wrong here, so I'm not going to continue to do that. Okay, so let me talk about the first episode, and that's the episode of Ekalavya in the Mahābhārata, the first book of Mahābhārata. Ekalavya is the ambitious son of a chieftain of the Nishadas. Ekalavya wishes to be a great archer, and so he goes off to the capital city of Hastinapura to apply to the best teacher, Drona, who is a Brahmin, who has been hired to teach the military arts to the young Kaurava and Pandava princes who are Kshatriyas. And Drona turns down Ekalavya's application. He refuses to teach a Nishada. Ekalavya is undeterred. He returns to the forest, fashions a clay image of the teacher, Drona, practices assiduously in front of this image, and eventually becomes a master archer. Now the story goes on. It's a very short story. It's only, I think, 70 verses out of 100,000 in the Mahābhārata. So one day, the Pandava brothers go out hunting in the forest, and their hunting dog comes across Ekalavya, who is busy practicing with his bow and arrow. The dog begins to bark at the dirty Nishada, disrupting Ekalavya's practice. And he finally gets so frustrated with the dog that he fires off 7 arrows almost simultaneously that close the dog's mouth like stitches. The dog returns to its masters, and they wonder who could have done this. something not even Arjuna could have done. And so they wander around and they finally locate Ekalavya and ask who he is. And he replies that he is the pupil of Drona. Now, Arjuna is a jealous guy, and Drona has promised to make him the greatest archer of them all. And so Arjuna confronts Drona. How has his teacher taught another who now excels him? And Drona, responding to Arjuna's concern, anger, Drona and Arjuna go and visit Ekalavya. Ekalavya immediately falls on the ground, embraces Drona's feet, and declares himself Drona's pupil. And Drona tells him, if you are my pupil, then give me my Guru Dakshina, the honorarium due to a teacher. Ekalavya immediately agrees, whatever you ask. And Drona says, give me your right thumb. And the text says, with a happy face and unburdened mind, without a moment's hesitation, Ekalavya cuts off his thumb and presents it to Drona. And the outcome of this little incident is threefold. Ekalavya is never again so quick with a bow. Arjuna's fever of jealousy is abated, at least for a short time. And Drona's promise to Arjuna is made true. So the question is, what is the Dharma in this situation? I'd like to come back to that question in a minute, but first let's consider a second episode. And this one is from the Rāmāyana, the encounter of Rama with Guha, the Nishada chieftain who lives on the Ganges banks. When Rama departs from Ayodhya, accompanied by Lakshmana and Sita, their first human encounter in exile is with a community of Nishadas led by Guha. So Guha is identified as the chieftain of this fishing community. They live along the river, and they are important because they have boats. Now, there's not much of a story here. Guha receives Rama and his companions with great honor. And Guha recognizes Rama's superior position. He says, this entire land belongs to you. We are servants, you the master. Come, our kingdom is yours to rule. Now, I would say that this is more than a hospitable hyperbole, but less than a gift of direct sovereignty. That is to say, Guha maintains effective rule over his community, his own Nishada community, but he also recognizes and acknowledges the potential domination of the urban kingdom of Ayodhya. In other words, he recognizes that his position as chieftain of this autonomous community is contingent on the goodwill of the more powerful Ayodhya kingdom. Rama is moved by Guha's show of affection and asks politely about the welfare of Guha's kingdom. Rama and Lakshmana treat Guha in return with proper respect. There's mutual honor here, but also acceptance of hierarchy. Guha may be chieftain of his tribe, but he recognizes the higher status of the prince from Ayodhya. And the next morning, Guha helps the brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, to gather sap from a banyan tree to mat their hair in their transformation from Kshatriya princes into forest ascetics. In some manuscripts, but not the critical edition, Guha also orders a boat to be brought to carry the Rama party across the Ganges. And as I'm sure you mostly know, most of you know, in later versions, such as Tulsi's, the Nishada boatman Kevata is also featured, the one who takes them across the Ganges, as an exemplary devotee of Rama. So Guha and the Nishadas occupy an important juncture in the story of Rama as he moves from city to forest. And it provides a model against which one can view Rama's more problematic interactions with other communities outside his Indo-Aryan culture, namely the monkeys of Kishkinda and the Rakshasa Empire of Lanka. Now, with Rama as the model for good dharmic conduct in relationship to the Nishada outsider Guha, we can return to the Mahābhārata episode of Ekalavya. When I teach this episode to American college students, they quickly focus on the pathos of the character Ekalavya. But the epics are more concerned with the dharma of elite Kshatriyas and Brahmins. The Ekalavya episode in the Mahābhārata context, I believe, says more about Arjuna and Drona than it does about Ekalavya. The first part of the epic depicts the Kshatriya class as increasingly corrupt and divided by competitive animosities, which particularly come to a head between the Pandavas and Kauravas and ultimately lead to a great war. The Brahmin teacher Drona is not exempt from this, for his involvement with the Hastinapura court is motivated by his desire to gain revenge on a Kshatriya ruler who has been disrespectful to him. So Arjuna's anxious competitiveness and Drona's aloof cruelty to a lower class character are brief illustrations, in my opinion, of this deterioration in Dharma. This is a negative example, how not to treat Nishadas. And in the larger design of the Mahābhārata, I believe we should see the brief Ekalavya episode as foreshadowing the much more consequential encounter of Drona and Arjuna with Karna that almost immediately follows the short Ekalavya episode. Now, Karna is no Nishada, but when he arrives at the Hastinapura competition, he is identified by his adoptive community as the son of a chariot driver and treated with disdain, at least by Arjuna and Drona, with enormous consequences. And there are consequences in the failure of Dharma in Ekalavya's case as well. The Nishadas later on appear with their elephants on the battlefield on the opposing side. And still later, Ekalavya's son directly challenges Arjuna in battle during Yudhishthira's horse sacrifice and fights him in a very prolonged battle. So through these actions, based on jealousy rather than Dharma, Arjuna has unnecessarily made an enemy, foreclosing the possibility of forming an alliance that might have been beneficial to both, and has instead created two generations of enmity. So these two episodes focus primarily on the conduct of Kshatriyas and Brahmins towards members of an outsider community. Another question to ask is, does Dharma apply also to the Nishadas? How far does the moral concept of Dharma extend? Should we evaluate the conduct of Ekalavya according to Dharma, for example? This question is important in the Rāmāyana in Rama's encounters with others outside the Indo-Aryan culture, namely the monkeys and the Rakshasas. And we see in both cases that there are discussions, quite lengthy discussions, of the question of the applicability of Dharma to communities that are not part of the broader Indo-Aryan culture. Now, there's one interesting anecdote in the Mahābhārata that seems to take up this question. In his instructions to Yudhishthira on the subject of apadharma, the Dharma in times of distress, Bhishma tells the story of Kapavya, a Nishada chieftain with a Kshatriya father and a Nishada mother. Like Guha, Kapavya is a master of forest knowledge. He understands the behavior of animals, and this makes him a formidable hunter. But he is also learned, pious, deferential to his teacher, and an upholder of Dharma. He is dedicated to his two blind parents and to the Brahmins who live in the woods. Now, according to Bhishma, Kapavya's excellent qualities attract crowds of dasyus. Now, the term dasyu is often translated as demon or barbarian, but here it seems simply to denote outsiders, other autochthonous groups living in forested areas outside the Indo-Aryan order of classes. These outsider dasyus praise Kapavya's wisdom and ask that he become their leader. Kapavya accepts the new followers and sets out guidelines for them. The guidelines are these: Brahmins must be honored. All members of the community must give as they are able for the common good. There's a kind of tribal socialism going on here. Kapavya reserves the right to punish miscreants, but only in order to educate them, not just for the sake of punishment. He says, outsiders will follow the Dharmic treatises here, Kapavya tells his subjects. Outsiders who do this, who follow the Dharma, will quickly gain success, despite the fact that they are outsiders. And so Bhishma concludes his story. The outsiders adopted Kapavya's instructions and abandoned their sinful ways. So Bhishma is making a distinction here in his advice to Yudhishthira among outsiders, between good ones and bad ones, good ones and sinful ones. Left to their own devices, the anecdote suggests, outsiders will follow sinful ways. He does not set out what those sinful ways are, but we can guess. Leaders like the Nishada chieftain Kapavya can exercise agency by instilling in their subordinates a modicum of restraint, a recognition of Dharma, and an acknowledgement of Brahman sanctity. If they do these things, they can serve as exemplars of wisdom and Dharma. Thus, the Nishada community led by Kapavya, much like Guha's Nishada tribe along the Ganges, can live peacefully alongside the Indo-Aryan cultural order while still retaining some autonomy. But Ekalavya might then be taken as a cautionary tale for outsiders who might presume to intrude into settings more proper to the upper classes. Now, if I have time, I'd like to say just a few things about modern readings of the Ekalavya episode. This will be brief. But in the past several decades, the Ekalavya episode has become a very popular and contested story in India. So you see retellings in all kinds of formats, in comic books, in graphic novels, in novellas, in cartoons, in films, in illustrations. Many of them are directed towards young people. And of course, India, I don't need to tell you, is not a single culture. So I will just mention two groups of situated readers, namely middle-class Hindus and Dalits. Literature directed at middle-class Hindus, especially young readers, tend to focus on Ekalavya as an exemplary student. His dedication, his determination, his skill in learning, along with his obedience to teachers. Now, these are good values for all Hindu children in a highly competitive modern society. This literature tends to de-emphasize Ekalavya's low-class origins. The important thing is his situation as a student. Ekalavya is an up-by-the-bootstraps guy, so you should be like Ekalavya and be devoted to your teacher. This is a good story for teachers to tell. Modern Dalits identify themselves as descendants of original indigenous or marginalized communities like the Nishadas, and therefore they claim a connection to Ekalavya as an ancestor. So they tend to highlight his class origins. They embrace his determination, and they take Drona as exemplifying oppressive Brahmanism that has kept Dalits marginalized. Yes. I'll be finished in a few minutes. So modern Dalits embrace Ekalavya's determination, and they take Drona not as an exemplary teacher, but as exemplifying oppressive Brahmanism that has kept Dalits marginalized. And they lament Ekalavya's guileless sincerity and his unquestioning acquiescence to Drona's demand. So I'm going to read just poems from Dalit poets that take up the question of Ekalavya. The first is a poem by Shashikant Hingonekar. This was in a web publication, Valivada, which is a Telugu publication. And Shashikant Hingonekar expresses sorrow over Ekalavya's history-making decision and ends with a vow that modern Dalits will not follow his example of compliance. So this poem goes, "Oh, Ekalavya, if you had kept your thumb, history would have happened somewhat differently. But you gave your thumb, and history also became theirs. Ekalavya, since that day, they have not even given you a glance. Forgive me, Ekalavya. I won't be fooled now by their sweet words. My thumb will never be broken." So the article also refers to protests in the wake of the suicide of a Dalit activist and grad student named Rohit Vemula in 2016 at the University of Hyderabad, where marginalized students painted themselves as Ekalavyas and made a human formation of an arrow directed at the administration building, the university administration building. One more poem. Now this is from the Dalit poet Meena Kandasamy. And she identifies Drona as a fascist and urges Ekalavya to make new weapons of opposition, effective even without a right thumb. So her poem goes, "This note comes as a consolation. You can do a lot of things with your left hand. Besides, fascist dronacharyas warrant left-handed treatment. Also, you don't need your right thumb to pull a trigger or hurl a bomb. This is a long way from the Guru Bhakti of Ekalavya to the Ekalavya, the proto-terrorist. So I will end my presentation here. So I've tried to just set out some of the principles of Dharma that are articulated in the two epics, the Mahābhārata and the Rāmāyana, in the episodes that have to do with Nishada community, an outsider community, a hunting and forest community, in their relationship to the dominant Kshatriya class that is the primary focus of the epics. So thank you very much for your attention. And once again, I wish I could be in Kolkata rather than speaking to you from a big screen. But I hope that I thank you for sustaining your attention to this talk.
Thank you, Professor Richard Davis. Maintaining your dharma, following your dharma as a speaker, keeping awake the whole night, keeping vigil for us, so that we are on the path of dharma, and flagging the issues, very important, challenging issues of how dharma is understood and applied in the established mainline traditions of human affairs, and also those who are on the margin. Thank you again. And we would like you to stay with us so that we can join with some questions from the floor to you. Thanks again.
I will.
Now, friends, we come to the second presentation of this session. Please. Professor Pradeep Gokhale ji, from a senior professor of philosophy from Savitribai Phule University at Pune. And he will be talking about the heterodox currents of thought in Moksadharmaparva of Mahabharata. Professor Gokhale.
Hello, respected Chairman Goswami ji and friends. Again, the paper is related to outsiders, but these outsiders are philosophical outsiders, maybe. The Moksadharmaparva, hereafter MDP, a part of Shanti Parva of Mahabharata, consists of the dialogue between Yudhishthira and Bhishma. Yudhishthira asks several questions concerning the nature of the universe, the nature of human being, the goals of life, and the ways to liberation. In answer to these questions, Bhishma cites many stories and dialogues which consist of different answers to these questions. The different themes discussed there are the authority of the Vedas, Sankhya cosmology and metaphysics, yoga discipline consisting of dharana, pranayama, and dhyana, and Brahman, Vedic authority and the social life governed by Varna and Ashrama systems, superiority of the twice born in general and Brahmins in particular, the doctrine of karma and the transmigration of soul, and so on. An important dichotomy of thought discussed through these dialogues is between the path of action, that is activism, and the path of inaction, inactivity, that is asceticism. They are termed as pravritti lakshana dharma and nivritti lakshana dharma. Though the MDP addresses the dichotomy of these two paths, the dialogues contained in it do not conclude necessarily in favor of this or that path. Some participants are staunch advocates of Vedic activism. Some are spokespersons of asceticism. The path of asceticism is sometimes based on Sankhya tradition, sometimes on Yoga tradition, sometimes on some unknown tradition. Sometimes it is presented as an offshoot of the Vedic tradition. Sometimes we find an attempt to synthesize the path of activism with asceticism. The difference between activism and asceticism can be understood on the following lines. One, in terms of 4 human goals, that is Purusharthas, activism is concerned with Trivarga, that is Artha, Kama and Dharma, whereas asceticism regards moksha as the only goal or the highest goal. 2, in terms of the 4 stages of life, that is ashramas, activism regards the householder stage, that is grihastha as the most important and essential stage of life, whereas asceticism regards renunciation, sannyasa, as the most important part of life. 3, activist paths promotes the pursuit of the 3 human goals by performing the duties imposed by the hierarchical social structure of varna and caste, and also patriarchy. Ascetic path emphasizes liberation as the goal, which presupposes a worldview in which all beings are essentially equal. 4, activism holds performance of sacrifice as an important form of action. It was believed that by offering sacred material to fire through the ritual recommended by the Vedic scriptures, one satiates gods who reciprocate them by creating rains and other favorable natural phenomena. Offering animals in sacrificial ritual was also recommended. Asceticism was opposed to the sacrificial rituals in general and the animal sacrifice in particular. We find an interplay of the rival approaches, namely activism and asceticism, in Moksadharmaparva, which suggests that such a controversy was prevalent at the time of the composition of the Mahābhārata, if not at the time of Mahābhārata war itself. The difference between the 2 trends is also understood as the one between Orthodox tradition and Shramana tradition. However, at the subtler level, the Orthodox tradition itself contained the 2 rival tendencies, activist and ascetic. The Vedic tradition consists of Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda. Out of them, Jnana Kanda of the Upanishad seems to be influenced by Shramana culture. Apart from the 2 traditions, namely the Orthodox and the Shramana tradition, there existed the 3rd tradition, which was critical about otherworldly claims of both these traditions. It can be called the Lokayata tradition. Lokayata is included here under the heterodox tradition. There are indications of the presence of the heterodox currents of thought, both of Shramana and Lokayata type, in Moksadharmaparva of Mahabharata. An attempt will be made here to bring them to surface. It will be done in 3 stages. I will first consider some stray references which are probably indicative of the heterodox thought currents, particularly those of Buddhism. At the second stage, I will discuss the dialogue between Bhrigu and Bharadwaja, in which Bharadwaja's critical questions indicate his inclination to materialism. At the third stage, I will discuss the dialogue between Panchashikha and Janadeva, in which Panchashikha presents the argument for no self as informed by Buddhism and then reformulates the Sankhya position as an alternative to it. In Moksadharmaparva, we come across some stray references suggestive of the impact of Shramana tradition, particularly Buddhism, on the Vedic tradition. For example, we come across criticism of animal sacrifices, sometimes criticism of Brahminhood determined by birth. In one of the chapters, we come across Narayana Rishi, who explains in details how craving, that is Trishna, is the cause of the suffering, and freedom from craving leads to liberation. A verse which occurs in many chapters of Moksadharmaparva and the Buddhist texts like Neti Prakarana and Udanavarga says, whatever is the sensuous pleasure or the great heavenly pleasure, it does not amount even to the 16th part of the pleasure arising from the destruction of craving. Yaccha kama sukham loke yaccha divyam mahat sukham trishnaakshaya sukhasyaite narhata shodashim kalam. Apart from such stray references to Shravana approach, there are two important occasions where heterodox thought is clearly visible. In 11 chapters of MDP, Bharadwaja, in his debate with the sage Bhrigu, presents and argues for the Lokayata type of materialist view. Then Panchashikha, in spite of being a Sankhya philosopher, presents in his dialogue with Janadeva the typically Buddhist doctrine, namely the doctrines of impermanence, no self, and middle path. Now let us turn to the dialogue between Bhrigu and Bharadwaja, where Bharadwaja appears as a Lokayata thinker. It can be seen in chapters 175 to 185 of Moksadharmaparva that a thinker called Bharadwaja posed a challenge before the otherworldly orthodox metaphysics represented by the sage Bhrigu. The following are the salient features of the dialogue. Bharadwaja approached Bhrigu and started asking questions about origination of the world, the nature of the soul, and the existence of other worlds. Bhrigu replied that Swayambhu God created Mahat, Ahankara, and the 5 gross elements. Then he created a great lotus, and from this lotus, Brahma was created. Bharadwaja pointed out an inconsistency in the mythological answer. Accordingly, if Brahma is born from a lotus, the lotus becomes the predecessor of Brahma. But Bhrigu called Brahma to be prior to everything. In response to this objection, Bhrigu withdrew his original position and said that he was not talking about the real lotus. Lotus was just a metaphor for earth. While explaining the nature of Jiva, Bhrigu described fire and air, that is prana, and gave it the status of the eternal Purusha and Atman. Bharadwaja had no problem with the role of elements such as air and fire in governing the life of living beings, but he had a problem with accepting the existence of Jiva over and above them. Hence he discards the notion of Jiva as meaningless, nirarthaka. He rejects the continuation of anything like Jiva after death. Bharadwaja accepts continuation of life through biological reproduction by one seed giving rise to another seed and so on, but not through the transmigration of soul. Bhrigu, while defending his position of eternality of soul, sometimes equates it with eternal material fire, sometimes with mental fire. Against this, Bharadwaja questions the existence of soul, whether it is reduced to material fire or treated as an independent eternal substance. In this dialogue, we find that in response to Bharadwaja's objections, Bhrigu shifts his position. Initially, he regarded prana as jiva, then claimed that fire associated with prana is jiva. Finally, he conceptualized it as mental fire. the dialogue does not tell us whether Bharadwaja was satisfied by Bhrugu's answer, because Bhrigu now turns to a new topic, namely the system of 4 Varnas. In chapter 181, Bhrigu expounds the genesis of the 4 Varnas. Accordingly, Brahma created the 4 Varnas as having 4 different colors. Brahmanas as white, Kshatriyas red, Vaishyas yellow, and Shudras black. Bharadwaja counters this view by pointing out that we do observe the admixture of colors among Varnas. He points out that physical needs and mental passions are equally found in all. Hence, Varnas cannot be different from each other. Similarly, there are innumerable species of mobile and immobile living beings. They have varied colors. Hence, Varnas cannot be demarcated on the basis of color. In response to this challenging criticism from Bharadwaja, Bhrigu withdraws his discriminating stand and slightly rationalizes it. He claims now that initially there were no Varnas. God transformed the uniform world into Varnas on the basis of actions. Of course, Bhrigu's rationalization of Varna system is not straight and simple. Here the actions which cause differentiation among Varnas are not moral actions, but they are determined by scriptural authority of the Vedas. We come across a similar integration between Bhrigu and Bharadwaja on the question of other worlds. When Bhrigu describes and praises the pleasures of Swarga in chapter 183, and also refers to Swarga and Brahmaloka as the fruits of performing Varnashrama duties, Bharadwaja says against that, we hear about the world other than this world, but we have not seen it. I want to know that. You may tell that to me. We find there that Bhrigu bypasses the question about Swarga and Brahmaloka and starts talking about the land on one side of Himalayas, which is sacred, beneficial and desirable. This, according to him, is called the other world or the higher world, Paraha Lokaha. The dialogue between Bhrigu and Bharadwaja, as narrated in Moksadharmaparva, does not tell us that Bharadwaja was finally satisfied by Bhrigu's answers. It says that Bharadwaja, who was surprised, Vismitaha, at Bhrigu's answers, worshipped Bhrigu. The dialogue throws light on the way the Lokayata type of heterodox approach might have posed challenges before the Vedic orthodoxy and might have had an influence on it. Now I come to the second part, that is Panchashikha's affinity to Buddhism. In 2 chapters of Moksadharmaparva, namely 211 and 212, we come across a dialogue between Panchashikha and the king called Janadeva, or who could be equated with Janaka. Panchashikha was a well-known Sankhya philosopher. In this dialogue also he presents Sankhya metaphysics, but he also presents a view which is more consistent with Buddhism or even Lokayata than with Sankhya. In chapter 211 we find Panchashikha presenting the philosophy of indifference, that is Nirveda, based on impermanence and soullessness. Panchashikha taught Janadeva indifference towards birth, that is Jati Nirveda, then indifference towards actions, Karma Nirveda, and finally indifference towards everything, Sarva Nirveda. In order to develop indifference towards everything, one has to be free from temptation, that is moha. For that, one has to realize that everything is subject to destruction and that there is no self. As Panchashikha says, there is no self, Atman, Klesha, that is, which can be translated as pains or defilements, death, old age, and disease, or all indicate the death of the self, that is the absence of the self. One believes in the existence of self because of delusion. Panchashikha presents this view as the view of non-believers, that is Nastikas. According to this view, the fact that everything is subject to destruction and that there is no soul or self is directly known. If inference or scripture goes against perception, then it is not acceptable. In fact, under this general category of the philosophy of non-believers, Lokayata type of position as well as Buddhism can be included. The difference between them is that Buddhism, in spite of denying the self, accepts rebirth. Panchashikha now turns to that. As he says, some among the non-believers accept the rebirth of ignorance, that is avidya, action, karma, and craving, trishna. They regard greed, that is lobha, delusions, that is moha, and adherence to defects, that is dosha, as its cause. They regard ignorance as the field, karma as the seed sown in it, and craving as the water which grows the plant. This is their idea of rebirth. This is not exactly how the Buddhists conceive of rebirth. For example, in Buddhism, it is explained in terms of mind continuum, that is chitta santana. Panchashikha does not refer to it. However, we can say that Panchashikha's explanation of rebirth here is influenced by Buddhism in a broad way. In this way, we see in chapter number 211, Panchashikha presenting a position of impermanence and no self. Having heard it, Janadeva is surprised at it. That is, again the word vismitaha is used. He expresses his reservations in the beginning of the next chapter, that is 212. In response to Janadeva's reservations, Panchashikha presents a revised position which is partly continuous but largely different from the earlier position. Panchashikha's altered position can be called a modified version of Sankhya. This modified version has some points of similarity with Buddhism. For instance, here Panchashikha is particular about asserting that his position avoids both the extremes, eternality and annihilation. Here it is important to note that original Sankhya system can be described as an eternalist system because it regards both of its basic principles as eternal. Purusha, that is Kshetrajna, as absolutely eternal, and Prakriti, that is Kshetra, as relatively eternal. But Panchashikha, in order to avoid eternalism, describes Kshetrajna as mental content, manasiyo bhavaha, rather than an eternal metaphysical entity. He asks, if things act according to their own nature and arise from their own causes, then what is annihilation? And how can anything be eternal? In this way, Panchashikha brings Sankhya closer to Buddhism by claiming that his new version of Sankhya avoids both the extremes, namely Shashvatavada and Uchchedavada. Now, concluding remarks. An important aspect of the thought conflict reflected in the Moksadharmaparva of Mahabharata is orthodox Vedic thought versus heterodox non-Vedic thought. On non-Vedic heterodox side, we have Shramana trend as well as Lokayata. In addition to some stray references, we notice two specific dialogues indicating the presence of heterodox thought currents. In the dialogue between Bhrigu and Bharadwaja, we saw the presence of Lokayata thought in the mouth of Bharadwaja. The Lokayata thought is not only present there, but it challenges the Vedic orthodoxy, and through dialectical process causes some twists and turns in it. In the other dialogue that between Panchashikha and Janadeva, Panchashikha first presents no-self theory as a provisional position in its two forms, Lokayatic position without the doctrine of rebirth, and an annihilationist version of Buddhism with the doctrine of rebirth. We saw that the no-self doctrine with the idea of rebirth that Panchashikha presents there is compatible with Buddhism. When Janadeva, the interlocutor, expresses dissatisfaction over it, Panchashikha presents an alternative position, a new version of Sankhya, which partly resembles Buddhism. So thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Professor Gokhale. However hard Panchashikha is trying to establish his Nirveda, indifference, but these two presentations of Professor Davis and Professor Gokhale, definitely we cannot be indifferent to the thought-provoking presentations they have made, and especially the dichotomies of Astic and Nastic, mainline and the marginal. And I think this room is also probably divided in these two categories. So with their generous non-indifference to maintaining time, we have got some time for some interventions and some questions if you wish to address to any of the speakers. You are welcome. Mic, please. Can we have the mic for Professor Mukherjee?
Thank you, Professors Davis and Professor Gokhale, for your presentations. Professor Davis, I would like to just ask you, I might not ask you, I was wondering as to how you would like to fit in your larger argument of the Nishad or the Vyadha community, because both terms are used interchangeably. When you use the term Nishad for having killed the Krauncha in the Valmiki Rāmāyana, there is the Vyadha term also occurs. So the Vyadha community, how do you like to reconcile or to adjust among the larger scheme of your argument that the propounder of Aryan Dharma, one of the greatest propounders of Aryan Dharma in the Mahābhārata, the Dharma Vyadha is presented just before the Tuladhar episode. So how would you like to see Dharma Vyadha in the whole scheme of things? I am willing to leave out Ghatotkacha as having being incorporated, or what you would say, I mean, inveigled into the larger scheme of things. But Dharma Vyadha becomes a different proposition. So I'd be interesting to hear your views. Thank you.
Professor Davis?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, and it's actually one that I'm not well prepared for, so I have to apologize. I focused really just on the episodes in which the Nishadas are indicated by that name, right, rather than the larger kind of scheme of different kinds of groups that are identified as outside the, Indo-Aryan or mainstream culture of that's being presented in the epics. So I actually would defer to your expertise on that question. Could you perhaps say a little bit more about?
Just a minute. Well, you frightened me with your last statement Now what? Let me walk into the fire. In the Shanti Parva, I believe, an ascetic, a Brahman ascetic simply, and this is the epics are full of such questions. I mean, they are quite openly skeptical of people trying to achieve supernatural powers through the tapasya, because then it becomes materially oriented. And wherever the ascetics, the devas try to destroy the tapasya of the ascetics, the goal is to actually supplant Indra. So here an ascetic walks with the power that he has killed a bird with his eyes. And when he walks and asks bhiksha from an ordinary woman who is, and he glares at her when she says that, Maharaj, wait, my husband has just come back, I'll serve him, and come and give alms to you. So when he glares at her, he says that, Maharaj, don't say that I'm not that bird which will be burnt. So he's surprised. And then he is counseled that he has left his parents, he should go to the butcher, the Dharma Vyada. I mean, the butcher in those days, being the outcasts of outcast, and learn from him. So when he goes to him, the butcher is assiduously cutting meat, serving his customers, and he gestures him to sit down. And said, wait, I'll just finish. I mean, whether it's a scheme to answer the Buddhist and the Jain thought of ahimsa, as the Tuladhar also says, but then the Dharma Vyad expounds the principles of Dharma which are at one with the larger argument of Mahābhārata. So that's why I just mentioned the question to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll just thank you for bringing that episode to my attention. I really wasn't aware of it, and I am always amazed at the ocean of episodes and knowledge that can be found in the Mahābhārata. So I'll have to look into that, and I thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Can the mic come to the lady there?
Yes, my question is also to Professor Richard Davis. Please pardon me, my English is not very good. I just wanted to ask that about the marginal people. You were discussing the marginal people, and both of our epics are written by Sage Valmiki, who was the Shuratnakar before he became Sage Valmiki, and Vasdeva, who was a son of a fisherman's daughter, partly he is the fisherman's, grandson. So is this kind of trying to include the marginal people in our epics? Thank you, sir.
I'll just answer that very briefly. That's a really excellent observation, and I thank you for that. And your English is perfect. Yes, I think that in particular, I think of Vyasa as a character in the epic, who is also the author of the epic, who exemplifies a kind of a borderline. Who is, living again outside but near to the dominant culture most of the time, and whose lineage, as you suggest, is a mixed one, and I think that that mixing of communities. That begins with Shantanu is seen and meant to be seen as a problematic one. That's part of the sort of genealogy of the deterioration of the Bharata clan. So I see Vyasa in that sense as a person who is sort of a borderline person, and who, through that position, that is, that sort of marginal but not quite marginal position, he gains, particular powers and particular insight that enable him to become, an author and also a very important figure in the prolonging of the Bharata clan. So thank you for that question.
Professor Basu? Can the mic come?
I have a question. Sorry, I have a question.
Briefly,
in relation to the story that we were listening about Ekalavya, and you mentioned that there is it shows through the story, it shows there's a moral and the dharmic degradation of the Brahmin and the Kshatriya class, where Arjuna shows his competitiveness and jealousy, and Ekalavya and Drona shows his, cold-blooded cruelty. I think the question of dharma and adharma in Mahabharata is not so black and white, while this shows gradual degradation of dharma. On the other hand, the story also upholds the dharma of a student, which Ekalavya does, who he surrenders his, as a Guru Dakshina, he is ready to give up everything, and he upholds the dharma of a student. So would that be a right interpretation of the story? What do you think?
So again, I would go back to my teaching of this episode to American students who are usually not such observers of Guru Bhakti. I believe that this episode is often treated as and seen by contemporary Hindu communities, Hindu audiences, as an example of the willingness of a student to give up everything to a teacher. But I see this as a story that really focuses not on Ekalavya, but on Arjuna and Drona. And I believe, again, in my reading, coming at it from, I guess, an American scholar, point of view, the story of Ekalavya is a tragic story. It's not an uplifting story. He gives up something that is an enabling part of his own anatomy in order to show this obeisance to a guru, and is never again able to be such an archer, the thing that he had been working towards. So that's, again, my reading of the story, and I recognize that there are definitely other ways to read this story and interpret it.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Basu? That will be the last question of the...
Thank you, Professor Richard David, for your illuminating interpretation of the Guhas and the Ekalavya, the Nishadas. I would be interested to know from you what would be your position to the story of Shambhuka in the Rāmāyana, in the Valmiki Rāmāyana, and the Vyadha Gita. Professor Gangeo Mukherjee has already mentioned of Dharma Vyadha, and there is one Vyadha Gita in the Vaiyasika Mahābhārata. How would you take your position to those? And I would like to add another point to your discussion, that in the beginning of the Annandale-on-Hudson, in the Dana Dharma section, there is one Gautami Vyadha Samvada, where the hunter-killer of a snake is being admonished and condemned, and the dialogue between them. So I would like to be enlightened with your interpretations of these things, and I would only supplement this to your story of Ekalavya, that there is still, today, of current times, a community of hunters or several communities of hunters in southwestern Bengal and the Jharkhand, that adjoin Jharkhand and Bihar area, where they do not use their thumb of right hand for throwing arrows, but they put the arrow in the middle of the rest of the four fingers and throw the arrow through their bow. So this is only for general addition, but I would like your comment on the story of Shambhuka and the Vyadha Gita and the Gautami Shabara Samvada in the beginning of the Anushasana Parvan. Thanks to the chair and thanks to the speaker.
Thank you. Would you like to add anything, Richard?
Actually, I'm going to be very, very brief because I'm taking notes here on episodes that I need to check into, because I thank you for bringing to my attention other episodes. And again, I'll just say that I focused on the episodes in the epics where the communities were named Nishadas, right? So sort of the specificity of that, rather than a sort of a broader treatment of all hunter-gatherer type groups, of which there are, as you've both noted, as several of you have noted, many others. And that's a very interesting fact about the contemporary hunters. In a longer version of this paper, I did talk about the contemporary Nishad community in, I guess, Bihar and Eastern UP, that also trace themselves back to both Guha and Ekalavya, and in different sort of political configurations have allied themselves or used both Guha and Ekalavya to articulate their own political positions in relationship to the central government. So again, thank you for these new things for me to explore in developing this paper.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. As per the session Dharma, which is under the Kala Dharma, we have hit that moment. And before I close, will Professor Gokhale like to have the last word or something? If you feel like saying something.
If there are some questions, I can. Otherwise,
I think the time is over for the questions, but if you want to say anything. So we will continue on over a cup of tea. That will be more delicious and more tasteful. So thanks again to everybody, and especially to Richard for keeping awake for all of us. And that shows that how he is one of the Mahajanas who is looking for the welfare and good of others. And Professor Gokhale also for enlightening us. Thanks again. See you soon.
Everyone, we will now proceed to the final session of the day. The speakers for this session are Dr. Raghu Ramaraju and Dr. Konad Sinha. This session will be chaired by Dr. Pradeep Gokhale. It is my honor to welcome the respected speakers and the chair onto the stage. Please. Just introduce you formally. I assume most of you heard Professor Gokhale and his presentation in the last session. He is formerly Professor of Philosophy, Savitribai Phule University, Pune, and he is presently an adjunct professor in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies in the same university. His research areas are classical Indian philosophy and logic, social philosophy, philosophy of religion, Ambedkar studies, and contemporary Buddhism. The books authored by him include Interference and Fallacies Discussed in Ancient Indian Logic, Lokayata, Charbaka, a philosophical inquiry published by OUP, and Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, a new introduction to the Buddhist roots of the yoga system, published by Routledge. The books edited by him include The Philosophy of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Classical Buddhism, New Buddhism, and The Question of Caste. I'd now request Professor Gokhale to take charge of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In this session, we have two eminent speakers. One is Professor Raghuram Raju. He teaches philosophy. I will not read the whole of it. I mean, he has authored many books, and many of them are published by Oxford University Press, Routledge, and such publishers. And his main area is contemporary Indian philosophy. Presently he belongs to Indian Institute of Technology, Tirupati, and earlier he was in Hyderabad Central University. The other speaker is Kanat Sinha. He teaches at Department of Ancient Indian and World History, the Sanskrit College and University, Kolkata. And his monograph from Dasharadhya to Kurukshetra, Making of a Historical Tradition, it is published by Oxford University Press, and he has got many prizes, and his research papers, many of them on Mahābhārata, have been published in various reputed journals, including Studies in History, International Journal of Hindu Studies, and Studies in Humanities and Social Sciences. He has twice been rewarded V.K. Thakur Memorial Prize by the Indian History of Congress. He also has a collection of Bengali poems on historical, mythological, and contemporary issues called Kenona Kuacha Aj Pratyekir Mone, that is published by Panchalikha, Kolkata. So I first request Professor Raghuram Raju to make his presentation. It is about Tilak and Mahatma Gandhi's interpretation of Bhagavad Gita.
Thank you, Professor Gokhale, for the generous introduction, and I thank Swami Tattvartananda and Professor Nirmalya Narayana Chakravarti and the mission for this kind invitation to present this paper. I request all of you to move from the classical frame to a modern era. In the classical frame, the Purva Paksha, the two sides, happen to be belonging to the same clan, Kauravas and Pandavas. And also in Rāmāyana, it is Rama and Ravana. But when you come to the modern times, it is not any of these internal rivalries, but the rivalry between India versus the British. The space has changed, and it is not the internal people who are warring with each other. It is war between inside and outside. So this requires a new cognitive categories, conceptual apparatus, in order to retrieve some of the points, some of the processes that accompanied this movement. So, in the modern time, or modern Indian philosophy, you have a confluence of two civilizations coming together. So you need to be reasonably well versed in classical and also well versed in modern Western philosophy and should have ability to calibrate one with the other. These are the three important cognitive categories. So merely classical will not work, merely Western will not work. Western and classical as assorted, unrelated will also not work. You need to have the third ability, which is to calibrate the two incompatible domains, which is not merely a theoretical and academic work, but it is a fight on the ground of colonialism versus Indian national movement. And that was fought like the, very closely fought 6 runs in one ball, to win. And that is a kind of a nail-biting fighting that India witnessed beginning from late 19th century and culminating on 1947, August 15th. So I request you to just turn the channel from one to the other. It is a time when modern class, anything from India is not considered as knowledge, allow my colleague. And the knowledge is now, is part of, your knowledge is Odyssey, Iliad. Your knowledge is also modern science, modern technology, radical political ideals, all put in different kind of combinations. So it was a very confusing period because the realities were complex. And this complexity, it is in the context of this complexity, you have epics recalled in regional Indian languages sumptuously, not only for praising but also for criticism. This is one important thing that has happened. It is also retrieved in literature. You have, for instance, this fantastic novel called The Great Indian Novel by Shashi Tharoor, who uses the Mahābhārata plot to understand the partition, post-independent events. It's a fascinating kind of a thing. And then other than this, you have, for instance, Ashish Nandi's Intimate Enemy, which I consider intimate enemy. He is an idea that he derives from Shekuni, who is also an intimate enemy. Airavati Karve, Salman Rushdie, who also talks about, Mahābhārata. And then in social sciences, there are, unfortunately in social sciences, there are very brief references. There is a reference to epic struggle by Bipin Chandra, but nothing about epics. Nothing about epics. There is also A.R. Desai, who in his work on Indian national movement refers to the Indian national movement as an epic struggle, but just leaves it at that time. And then Niraj Chaudhary makes a brief reference to it. So that is a scene where you have so literature, particularly both in English and to some extent in substantial in regional languages, retrieved it. But unfortunately, social sciences and philosophers have not made as much headway as it is. You'll be shocked to know that there is no philosophical engagement with Indian nationalism till today. Whereas, according to Martha Nussbaum, there is no Western philosopher who has not assumed the idea of a nation in their diverse and conflicting areas of thought, even when it is deeply, metaphysical or overtly not political. That is the contrast that I want to bring it to you. However, as I mentioned to you, no philosopher, either from in India or the other, has engaged with this movement called national movement. However, contemporary Indian writers engaged with this in such a, magnificent way, you will be shocked to know the layers of hermeneutics that I am trying to sell it on par with Derrida. Okay, that is a kind of a work that has happened in India by whom? Not by academic philosophers, except Matilal's moral dilemmas in Mahābhārata, and some works on Purusharthas. Except that, there is no other engagement. However, you find that one of the characteristic features of modern India was that all those people who are national leaders also happen to be writers. Writers, not necessarily. I make a distinction between a writer and an author. Okay, and and then from here I move, and how, for instance, two important works on Bhagavad Gita have influenced the discussion. Before that, I wanted to make this point that most of the writers, these writers, including B.R. Ambedkar, engaged with Bhagavad Gita. In fact, B.R. Ambedkar claims in his essay that Bhagavad Gita is a Buddhist text. But there is a critical engagement, and he gives 12 reasons why he thinks that he claims that it is a Buddhist text. So that is an engagement with this text. In other words, after Brahma Sutra Bhashyas, after Vedanta Sutras, the text around which Indians rallied around remains Bhagavad Gita. And that is during the independence movement. So it is in this context I wanted to claim that there is a relevance. It's not just a relevance, it is an enduring relevance. It is important and pervasive relevance. And two topics from India, Rāmāyana and Mahābhārata. Mahābhārata especially, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is part of the Mahābhārata. There is a relationship between Gita and Indian national movement, and as I mentioned to you, all of them did this. Let me begin the relevance of the topic in India with a problem and conclude with a claim about the enduring and important relevance of the epic Mahābhārata. There is a problem before us. What is the problem before us? The problem before us is Gandhi is a votary of ahimsa. At the same time, he treated Bhagavad Gita like his mother. He said whenever he is in crisis, he always consulted Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita endorses violence. It is in Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna was reluctant to fight war. Lord Krishna asked Arjuna to fight war. What war? War involves violence. Okay, so it is possible to conclude from this that it is a text that that endorses violence. So there is a contradiction that how can a votary of ahimsa consider Bhagavad Gita, which is the text that promotes violence, as his favorite text. And that is the problem. And now, if you wanted to resolve this problem, you have to do one of it. And what I wanted to show to you is Gandhi did one of it and resolved this contradiction. How did he do it? He said that I am for non-violence, and Bhagavad Gita is not a text that promotes violence. On the contrary, it actively promotes non-violence. That's how he resolved it. So in other words, in the academic discussions, we have not even raised this contradiction at a substantial level. We raised it at a very superficial level and let it pass, which is again a lax on our part. So, but the question that is in front of me is, who is the person who wrote that it is a text that, Gita is a text that promotes violence? It is Balagangadhar Tilak. In his book, monumental but neglected work titled Gita Rahasya, who claimed that Gita promotes action and not mukti as interpreted by all the acharyas, and action means fighting war. So war involves violence and Gita promotes violence. Now, there are three levels of argument about Gita. One, Gita is a text that promotes mukti through bhakti. This is the interpretation according to Lokmanya Balagangadhar Tilak, which all acharyas have taken this course. He said, despite differences amongst themselves, all acharyas interpreted Bhagavad Gita as a text that promotes mukti and bhakti. Gita, on the contrary, it is Balagangadhar Tilak says, Gita promotes action, as at the beginning Arjuna was reluctant to fight the war. Lord Krishna instructs him to fight a war. He fights, so Tilak says that the message of Gita is to fight war, which is promoting action, karma, and not bhakti. First, proposed devotion, and second, action. Gita uses the metaphysics of the Sankhya and its trigunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. Arjuna is at tamasic level before the war. And what is the context of Tilak? Tilak's context is not to write another book for publication. Tilak's book attempt is located within the context of Indian national movement, where he draws the parallels between Arjuna and the condition of enslaved Indians. He says that there is a clear, similarity between how Indians under the colonial rule are in a mental state, which is like Arjuna before Krishna's, instruction to him. So he says, this is a quotation, in short, different commentators, that is, he's taking on all the acharyas. All the acharyas have interpreted the Gita in their own way by first declaring the energetic path of action preached by the Gita to be inferior, that is to say, merely as means for realization. I'll just skip this part. No one says that the Bhagavad Gita looks upon Karma Yoga as the most excellent path of life. This is the allegation. He is now taking on, and he repeatedly takes on, lest you forget, in this 950-page book, where he says that all the acharyas have interpreted Gita as promoting bhakti and undermines the importance of karma. Okay? So the implication, and that why does he say it? He's not just trying to take up issues with acharyas. He's saying this because he makes a next move. What is the next move? The next move is he makes this allegation that all acharyas, in promoting bhakti and undermining the importance of karma, have made India materially, physically weak. That is the reason why India lost its freedom. In fact, this idea is something which Swami Vivekananda talks about it in his writings time and again, that it is not otherworldly. It is not otherworldliness is again criticized by both Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo. First, so because of this overemphasis on bhakti, which is highlighted by all the acharyas, India lost its freedom. It's a big allegation. So if you look at it in a formal way, what is an effect? India losing freedom. Who caused this? Acharyas. This is a very strict thing in Gita Rahasya. So he quotes Vedanta Sutras and then says why he thinks that Bhagavad Gita is not promoting only bhakti, but in fact is primarily text about karma. He says, in ascertaining the meaning of the text or their corpus, individual sections or topics, the characteristic signs or agreement between the beginning and the conclusion, repetition, originality, result, eulogy, and reasoning. This is the definition of interpretation of a text by the Mimamsa school of philosophy. So he says, he makes a distinction between Rahasya and Bhashya. And he says that all acharyas have written Bhashyas. And he defines Bhashya as author-centric and not text-centric. He says when somebody writes a Bhashya, he or she is writing only her own views and superimposing it on the text, which has a significance. Look at the allegation that he is making. I mean, it is a serious allegation. I mean, almost on the verge of being called as a blasphemous. But then that is there in the text. Okay, and then he says that his interpretation is not Bhashya. That's why he titles his book carefully as Gita Rahasya. You understand now, people who read Derrida will be able to understand that there is a different trajectory that is available from from Tilak, to the distinction between Bhashya and Rahasya. Derrida, relapses everything as interpretation. He's saying that no, there is a Rahasya. So this exercise is different. And please remember, this is not just a theoretical exercise. This is exercise which is made in the context of India losing its freedom and making a case for India's independence. So Lord Krishna tells Arjuna, who was reluctant to fight war, to fight, and fights, and he fights. War involves violence, hence Gita promotes violence. This is first part. Can I take another 10 minutes?
Yes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Very good. Gandhi, on the contrary, claims that Gita not only rejects violence, but positively promotes non-violence, ahimsa. And he gives 3 justifications. And 3 justifications are not completely given by him, but claimed by him. First justification is given by him, and then justified by him. Second and third is claimed by him, but I have added something, tweeting the passages that Gandhi quotes from there, and I added this. The first one is that the actual fighting did not take place. Okay, it is an allegory. Okay, there is inside in each one of us, there is Duryodhana and there is Pandavas and Kauravas, the evil and the thing. So don't take this as a real war. That's the first thing which everybody, many people, many scholars, Palshekar, Jyotirmay Sharma, many of them have alluded to it. But what they have not alluded to it, but that's not a strong justification to make a very big counter to Tilak. The second justification is this is where I featured a bit here and there. You can look at the quotation. I will not read it. In this quotation, it is very clear that Gita doesn't have its own metaphysics. Gita borrows the metaphysics from Sankhya, particularly 3 gunas, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Sattva is a top guna, Rajas is in the middle, and Tamas is at the bottom. Now, what is it that Lord Krishna doing in Bhagavad Gita is he is moving Arjuna, who is in the state of Tamas, to the state of Rajas, to fight war. And then he talks about Tamas, Sattva, but that movement is not, the trajectory is not as clearly available in Bhagavad Gita as it is available from Tamas to Rajas. So at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, you find from the Arjuna's point of view, Arjuna fights war. Does he go to forest to penance after listening to Sri Krishna? The answer is no. So that is the strong points of him. So I wanted to claim that Gita is a part of a larger work called Jaya, Mahābhārata. Okay? It's a larger work. Gita is a part of Mahābhārata. So only one part of this movement from Tamas to Rajas is covered in Gita. There is another part. That in order to understand another part, you have to move from this part to the whole. And what is the whole? Mahābhārata. Okay? And then so you have to make a move from part to whole. And 2, you have to make a move from contents to context. You have to make a move from content to context. What is the content of the Mahābhārata? The content of Mahābhārata, including Bhagavad Gita, is to promote war, to fight. There are several wars, not only Kurukshetra war. There are several wars in Mahābhārata. All of them depict the importance of war, Kshatriya Dharma and all that kind of a thing. So you'll find most of the contents of Mahābhārata, particularly that deals with war, or in the nature of violence. They all depict violence. However, Gandhi can be seen. Gandhi make a conclusion. He doesn't give this explanation. This is my explanation. My explanation is that if you move from content to context, you will find something very, very interesting that reinforces, justifies Gandhi's claim that Gita promotes not violence but non-violence. What is it? That the context of telling Mahabharata is by Vyasa, who finds Janamejaya, who is the grandson child of Pandavas, threatening to kill all the serpents because one serpent fell on his hand. Well, his father Parikshit was doing penance, and then he says that your great-grandfathers fought a war called Kurukshetra, okay, and where nobody was a winner, and there is so much of destruction, there's so much of violence. So don't follow your grandparents, okay, and start killing the serpents. So that is the point where I wanted to claim Gandhi can be said to be turning the interpretation of Tilak 360 degrees. Never happened in the world, even in the most highly contested hermeneutic tradition. And this is done by not academicians. This is done by two politicians. Okay, so that's the futility of war. So, and now there are two ways in which one can look at it. You can look at Tilak and Gandhi as compatible, contesting each other. The other way of looking at it is to tweak it a little bit and say that Tilak was trying to take tamas from tamas to rajas, and Gandhi was trying to take from rajas to sattva. So it is a relay race. Okay, that is how I look at these two things. And thank you so much.
For time it. So I request Dr. Kanad Sinha to make his presentation.
So please give me a warning at 25 minutes, then I will wrap up. Okay. Good afternoon. What I intend to discuss is a vast topic. Let us see how far we can go in 30 minutes, and I'll stop there. And I have requested the chair also to give me a warning at 25 minutes. And if I cannot wrap up in 30 minutes, then I'll take 1-2 minutes and finish it. Then let us see. So the issue I am dealing with in this paper are the two concepts of revenge and justice. Revenge is a very frequently used theme in popular narratives about heroism. In heroic literature, especially in Indo-European mythology, successfully avenging insult and death are often the yardsticks of heroism. Thus, in Homer's Iliad, numerous Hellenic heroes undertake a risky journey to distant Troy to avenge the abduction of Helen. Similarly, if we look at the ancient Indian epic Rāmāyana, Ravana avenges the humiliation of his sister Shurpanakha at the hands of Ram and Lakshman by abducting Sita, the wife of Ram, while Ram avenges this by killing Ravana. Even in modern day popular culture, the idea of revenge is so much entrenched with the idea of heroism that the heroes who represent justice are still shown as righteous avengers of insults and deaths. For instance, the detective Sherlock Holmes, usually a strong adherent of the Victorian ideals of justice, occasionally endorses revenge when a guilty cannot be brought to justice by legal mechanism. There are many instances like the Adventure of Black Peter, Adventure of Illustrious Client, Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton, The Study in Scarlet and The Resident Patient, where Holmes thinks that revenge and justice are compatible ideas. Even very recently, the Gen Z would understand it better that the two sets of comic book superheroes originating in comic books published by DC and Marvel and extremely popularized by a series of Hollywood movies of the last few decades highlight the spirit of revenge as a key factor in the making of heroes. The most popular superhero of DC Comics emerges when Bruce Wayne resolves to avenge the murder of his parents and transforms into the Batman. The team of superheroes popularized by the Marvel Comics and the Marvel Cinematic Universe calls themselves the Avengers. Now, while discussing Indian epics, I am going into all this. Because the Mahābhārata is also one of the major Indo-European heroic epics, and in popular culture, Mahabharata heroes are often associated with the ideal of revenge. For instance, allusions to the Mahābhārata are frequent in the revenge-themed Bollywood films. I'll give a recent example, Badla, where the protagonist, played by Amitabh Bachchan, repeatedly hints that the Mahābhārata is to be understood as the revenge story of Draupadi. Indeed, in popular understanding, the Mahābhārata is the story of a war where the Pandavas avenged the atrocities of the Kauravas, especially the humiliation of Draupadi, by fulfilling various vows of revenge. So Arjun killed Karna, who had called Draupadi a harlot and ordered her disrobing. Sahadev killed Shakuni, whose cunning at the game of dice led to the Pandavas losing their kingdom and Draupadi being staked and lost. Bhim shattered the thigh of Duryodhan, who had made an obscene gesture to Draupadi, and drank the blood of Dushasan, who pulled Draupadi's hair and tried to strip her. Woven into these vivid scenes of heroic revenge are sub-stories also culminating in the war. Amba, who had committed suicide with a vow to avenge her abduction from her Swayambara by Bhishma, was reborn as Shikhandi, who caused Bhishma's death. When Drupada, the king of Panchala, humiliated the poor Brahmana Drona, his boyhood friend, and denied the promises made earlier on the ground that friendship was possible only between equals, Drona avenged his insult by getting Drupada captured by the Kuru princes as a payment for teaching them martial skills, and forcing him to share his kingdom with him and to acknowledge his friendship. Drupada's sacrifice to avenge this insult gave birth to Dhrishtadyumna, who eventually killed the unarmed Drona in the war. Reading the Mahābhārata as a story of heroic revenges is therefore very much plausible. However, what I intend to argue is that the Mahābhārata differs from the epics and other literature discussed earlier in its approach to heroism. It is one of the earliest texts to have questioned the valorization of violence and martial heroism in a quote-unquote heroic society. Though revenge and fulfillment of vows of revenge were highly valorized in the society the text reflects, particularly among the martial class, the Kshatriyas, the Mahābhārata, at least in its older sections, questions rather than espouses the stereotypes of Kshatriya Dharma, including the glorification of revenge. I shall show that revenge had gradually become a dominant theme of the text with its reworking by the Bhargava Brahmanas, but the message of the older sections was possibly quite contrary. In the older sections, and I'll come to this discussion, though I cannot go into details what I mean by older and later, but very briefly by older section I mean the central narrative of the Mahābhārata, and by the later sections I mean the didactic discussions and various sub-stories in the text. Now in the older sections, the poets of the Mahābhārata actually posed the question whether revenge could fulfill the cause of justice or start an endless chain of violence. Looking back at these debates is essential at an age when aggressive militant nationalism is glorifying a dangerous politics, where narratives of populist violent revenge is being glorified and policies of peaceful diplomatic deliberation is being portrayed as quote-unquote weak, despite the lesson learned from 2 world wars. Is heroism entailed in vengefulness or in peaceful quest for justice? Thankfully, the contemporary popular culture mentioned above, that is earlier, despite using the trope of vengefulness as a marker of heroism, shows the responsibility to point out the difference between revenge and justice. So the Avengers, mentioned earlier, hardly avenge in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. When they try to avenge earlier deaths, it only leads to a civil war. Whereas they succeed when they unite for the cause of justice, and many other examples can be given, but let us get back to the Mahābhārata. It it is not only that the Mahabharata's central narrative appears to be a story of heroic vengeance, it is framed in a context of revenge, as mentioned just in the last lecture. The central narrative around the Bharata war, whose composition is attributed to Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa, is presented as retold by Vaishampayana, one of Vyasa's disciples, to the Kuru king Janamejaya. The context of Vaishampayana's performance is Janamejaya's sacrifice intending to kill all the Nagas, especially the Naga Takshaka, who had killed Janamejaya's father Parikshit. Thus, genocidal vengeance provides the context for the first public performance of the Mahabharata. The Nagas, who slaughtered Janamejaya deserved, appear in the Mahabharata at times as snakes, at times as humans, and at times as both. They could have been easily dismissed as fantastic mythological creatures had not they been present in various historical sources throughout early Indian history. They were a powerful group who were sometimes allies or antagonists of the Kshatriya or mainstream rulers. Some of the major Naga figures, such as Dhritarashtra, Iravata, Takshaka, and Urbuda Kadravaya, are well-known characters in Vedic literature. And Minkowski has shown that Sarpasatra is actually a Vedic rite, probably a rite associated with the Nagas rather than to exterminate the Nagas. But I am not going into all those details now. And the Nagas were quite powerful, at least till the Gupta period, when they were kind of exterminated by Samudragupta. Yet Chandragupta II married a Naga princess even after that. Similarly, in the Mahabharata, marital alliances between the Kurus and the Nagas is mentioned. Arjuna marries the Naga widow Ulupi, who keeps her son with her, possibly following their own matrilineal custom. And now, the thing is, the Nagas were also antagonistic to the Kuru heroes and their associates. Legends hold that Krishna subdued Kaliya Naga on the banks of the Yamuna, though it is not a Mahabharata legend. The Sarpasatra in the Mahabharata is not a stray incident, but is located within a chain of events depicting the clashes between the Kurus and the Nagas, possibly starting with the violent destruction of the Khandava forest, where the Takshaka family lived, by the Kuru prince Arjuna and his friend Krishna, for the extension probably of habitable and cultivable land in the settlement of Indraprastha. Now, interestingly, there are other texts which can, the later Vedic texts, which can help us locate the Khandava forest and its disappearance at some point in the later Vedic period. In the Mahabharata, the Nagas had an overall troubled relationship with the Kurus, despite Arjuna's marriage with Ulupi. The animosity started with the eviction of Takshaka's family from the Khandava, including the killing of Takshaka's wife by Arjuna. Ashwasena, Takshaka's son, wanted to avenge the death of his mother by aiding Karna in killing Arjuna during the Bharata war, but Karna refused the aid. Takshaka, however, killed Arjuna's grandson Parikshit. Janamejaya's vow was to kill Takshaka and exterminate all the Nagas. Thus, it became a series of seemingly endless violence that culminated in the Sarpasatra of Janamejaya. However, the Satra was halted midway by Astika, a half Brahmana, half Naga. This became the occasion for Vaishampayana's narration of the Mahabharata. Therefore, the Mahabharata was to be recited amidst an ongoing feud of violent vengeance, which was temporarily halted by a seemingly neutral person. Thus, in a way, the Mahabharata itself was addressing a crucial question: is vengeance the right solution? Before we find out what answer the text provides, it is therefore important to consider who asked this question and at what context. The tale of the Bharata war was told by Vyasa, and Vaishampayana narrated Vyasa's tale to Janamejaya. But who was telling the tale of Vaishampayana and Janamejaya? Who were the authors of the frame story of the Mahabharata? Incidentally, the Mahabharata itself says a little about its textual history. Thus, it itself provides us with two frame stories. Vaishampayana's narration to Janamejaya is one, usually called the inner frame, whereas the outer frame is where the bard Ugrashravas addresses an assemblage of sages at the Naimisha forest, led by the Bhargava Kulapati Shaunaka. Now, Vaishampayana and Janamejaya are figures known from later Vedic texts. This Shaunaka and the bard Ugrashravas were probably mythological characters. However, even if the characters and context mentioned in the two frame stories are not exactly factual, they possibly say a lot about the Mahabharata's textual transmission. Both seem to be bardic performances at grand sacrifices, but patronized by the Kuru court interested in their own past, and the Bhargava-led Brahmanas interested in an interesting narrative, respectively. it is highly possible that the Mahabharata emerged as an itihasa, which is a kind of bardic historical tradition of the later Vedic Kurus, but was gradually controlled by the Brahmanas, especially the Bhargavas who canonized it. This theory comes from V.S. Sukthankar and later propounded by other scholars like R.P. Goldman. Again, I am skipping the details about this. But the usually accepted date for the Mahabharata is 500 BC to 500 C. That is the period when its textual journey is placed. But historians like Romila Thapar and R.S. Sharma, or works of scholars like Kevin McGrath or my own work, have indicated that the older narrative section of the Mahabharata has to be contextualized in the later Vedic Kuru Panchala Janapada, which is maybe as a oral tradition which begins slightly earlier, in the first half of the first millennium BC. Now, the didactic sections could have been added later and probably in the post-Mauryan and Gupta period. So, it can be argued that the central narrative of the Mahabharata addresses the concern of the later Vedic clan societies of the Kuru Panchala region, but the text had been thoroughly reworked. And in this reworking, as I mentioned, Bhargavas are considered very important players. And also, from the recurrent appearance of revenge-themed myths in the later accretions to the story, mostly involving Bhargava heroes like Ruru and Aurva, we also come at the most notable of these stories, that is the story of the vengeful Bhargava superhero, Jamodagna Ram or Parashuram or Bhargava Ram. So, what is this story? And who are these Bhargavas? The Bhargavas have a very interesting role in the history of Sanskrit text creations. In Vedic literature, they are believed to be, alongside the Angirasas, one of the most important priestly clans. But there are not many. There is not exactly a single family book of the main line of the Bhargavas in the Rig Veda. Though Bhrigu, Kavi, Ushanas Kavya, these figures are frequently mentioned. And they are considered very important figures, especially Ushanas Kavya is regarded as one of the greatest of the poets. However, gradually Bhargavas, one reason could be there is an argument that the division between the Indo-Iranian speakers and the Indo-Aryan speakers could have been cultic. So the Angirasas could have been mainly the Vedic priests, whereas Bhargavas, more inclined to magical cults, stayed back in Iran. There are references to Atharvan or Athravan as Avestan priests in the Avesta, whereas we can see the association of Ushanas Kavya or Shukracharya with the Asuras and their power of Maya, all these things. Now, the interesting thing is the ultimate Bhargava hero in the Mahabharata is Parashuram or Jamodagna Ram. I'm not going into the story because everyone knows the story. But the story has been told 10 times in the Mahabharata in different ways. There are two large narrations of the story. One is by Akritavrana, who happens to be a disciple of Parashuram. The other is by Krishna in the Shanti Parvan. The common thread, it's a story of vengeance. Parashuram kills the Kshatriyas of the world 21 times to avenge the death of his father Jamadagni. Either the killing is done by the king Kritavirya or the Kartaviryas, his descendants. But there are other stories, as I mentioned, the story of Aurva also. That is a story that there were the Hoihaya kings who patronized the Bhargava Brahmanas. Then they wanted the wealth back. The Bhargavas refused, they hoarded it. And the Hoihayas were killing off all the Brahmanas, including the Bhargavas. And then there is this child Aurva, whose mother tried to hide her in her thigh, and he is born from there. Using the magical power of a Bhargava, he wants to destroy all the Kshatriyas. His ancestors come and appease him. So that time the destruction is not done. Parashuram does what Aurva cannot do. Why? That there can be multiple reasons of that. But the thing is, there is a chain of stories of Bhargava vengeance. Also, Ruru, I mentioned, is a precursor of Janamejaya in attempting to kill all the Nagas of the world to avenge the death of his lover, Pramadvara. So, all these things are there in the Bhargava sections. But is the central narrative, the main story, endorses this philosophy that revenge is the correct way? There comes the question. This idea is actually repeatedly endorsed by the female characters of the Mahabharata, most importantly Draupadi. Draupadi is a character who thinks that if something is wrong, it should be avenged. That is the Kshatriya Dharma. Also Kunti has the same belief. She encourages her son Yudhishthir to do the same thing, to avenge, but Yudhishthir is constantly reluctant in doing it. And he is speaking of a new virtue called Anrishansa and Anukrasha, non-cruelty and considerate empathy, which does not endorse Khatra Dharma, the Varna-based Khatra Dharma. It does not endorse revenge. And it is distinguishing revenge from justice. So, in all these things, not only her attempted disrobing by Dushasan, when Draupadi is abducted by Jayadratha, she initially wants Jayadratha dead, but Yudhishthir says, think of Dushala and don't kill him. Also, when Kichak molests Draupadi, again, Draupadi meets Bhim and asks for revenge, which is the killing of Kichaka. But she is constantly unhappy with Yudhishthira's dealing of things. And she says that what sorrow would not that woman face whose husband is Yudhishthira? There are many debates between Yudhishthira and Draupadi, but what is Yudhishthira's position? Yudhishthira says Khatra Dharma is like a fight of dogs. Two dogs fighting over a piece of meat, the stronger one wins. That is no Dharma. And birth is determined by accident. All humans are born same way. So there is nothing called Varna Dharma. Your conduct should determine your Varna. That's different from what the Bhargavas are espousing as strict adherence to Varna Dharma. So Yudhishthir says, Sarvatha vrijinam yuddham ko gnato na pratihanyate hatasya cha rishikesha samaujayo parajayo. War is evil in any form, because a killer can be also killed in turn, and after you are dead, victory or defeat does not matter. Totally a contrast to Bhagavad Gita, that either you win the kingdom or die on the battlefield and go to heaven. Yudhishthira is not interested in that. He says you have to forsake vengeance, then you can sleep peacefully. So this is an alternative ideology which is coming up. And what happens at the end of the central narrative? We see Draupadi's position is upheld. Yudhishthira has to accept the option of the war as the last resort. The war takes place. And on the last day of the war, or after the last day of the war, now Ashwatthama also wants to avenge the killing of his father. And he kills off all the sons of Draupadi accidentally. So Draupadi wanted a war as a rightful revenge for her humiliation. The result is Draupadi becomes one of the worst sufferers of the war. The very point Yudhishthira had raised. And again we see Draupadi's initial reaction is revenge. She wants Ashwatthama dead. But ultimately she changes her position. She accepts the crown jewel of Ashwatthama and places it on the head of Yudhishthira. So possibly here the central narrative of the Mahabharata gives its message that vengeful heroism is one way of looking at things, but that is not the ultimate way. So the Bhargavas might have situated the Mahabharata amidst a vengeful sacrifice, with several revenge stories as the backdrop. Yet they possibly understood that the central message of the Mahabharata narrative was not in accomplishing the vengeful deeds, but in understanding the difference between revenge and justice, recognizing the futility of violence and appreciating the value of dialogue and forgiveness. After the war was over, the forgiving Yudhishthira took utmost care of Dhritarashtra and Gandhari, the parents of his lifelong rivals. After Vaishampayana's narration was over, the Sarpasatra remained unfinished, and Janamejayo decided to let the Nagas live. The Bhargavas responded to the need of their time, but they could not eradicate the timeless message of the Mahabharata that violent revenge is an endless cycle that cannot ensure justice. The real heroism was in the ability to forgive, the principles of non-cruelty and empathy, and the basic recognition of the necessity to live and let live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanath. Now both the papers are open for discussion. You are welcome to ask questions.
Thank you, Dr. Konad Sinha, for your excellent, illuminating and holistic interpretation of the Vaiyasika Mahabharata. And I enjoyed particularly your last words on Draupadi's change of mind after the death of her sons, that she did not want that violent war or aggressive war anymore. I would like to suggest one revision only in general and particularly to your excellent paper, that the war, and for all others also, that the war, we should be careful about using such idioms or diction. The war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. The Kurukshetra war was between the Kauravas and the Kauravas. Both the sides, the sons of Dhritarashtra, the Dhartarashtras, and the sons of Pandu, the Pandavas, they were the heirs of the Kuru family. Only the sons of Dhritarashtra, they denied the Kuruhood, the Kauravahood of the Pandavas, the sons of Pandu. So we cannot say anymore the war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. In nowhere in the whole of Vaiyasika Mahabharata, the Pandavas are called Pandavas, they are called Kaunteya. And they are also addressed by so many characters, all Bhishma and Krishna and all others, as Bharata or Kaurava. And also the sons of Dhritarashtra are addressed as Bharata and Kaurava. So they are in the Bharata, in the family of Bharata, and they are in the family of Kuru. Only the Pandavas were denied of their Kuruhood. So the war between the Dhartarashtras and the Pandavas, between the sons of the Dhritarashtra and the leader of the sons, the Duryodhana, and the sons of Pandu. And otherwise also, we should remember that the war was at Kurukshetra. And for the Kurukshetra, who will dominate and rule over the Kurukshetra? And the whole of India, Bharatavarsha assembled there. Some under the Dhartarashtras and some under the Pandavas. So this is, I think, if the dictions are made in such enlightening papers like yours, it will be taken by general public and readers and in the intelligentsia and intellectual milieu. This is, I think, a central focal point in any discussion on the Vaiyasika Mahabharata, that it is the Kuru war, the great war, the clan war in the Kuru family, among the heirs of the Kuru family. So they are all Kauravas. It is in the same family of the Kauravas that this perishing, destroying war happened. So the futility of the war, as in the first paper we got, it is the violence and the war, the initiative for the war, and also the teaching, the fruitfulness, the fruitlessness, the futility of the war, of any aggression, as you also enlightened so nicely. So this, I think, about the terminology, we have to be a little more careful, particularly in these days, because all are Kauravas.
Would you like to comment on this?
Whatever you suggest. We can take all the questions together, or we can respond one by one also. Shall I respond to this? Yes. Because it will not take much time. Because, yeah, it's primarily a suggestion about terminology, which is absolutely correct. Actually, when I'm speaking, we use many terms for convenience of communication. In the paper, you'll remember that I was speaking about the marital relationship between Nagas and Kurus, and the Kuru I mean is Arjun. So definitely, in any text, like in Atharva Ved, Pariksh.
They were very rightfully and consciously using the Kurus as the whole Kuru.
Yes, but
including the Pandavas. That is why I say.
Yes, so the only thing I have to say that how to define the war, is it a Pandava versus Dhartarashtra war, because the term Pandava is also used in the Mahabharata. It's not that Pandava is not used. Kaunteya is also used. Pandava, Bharata, various terms are used. So looking at it as a Pandava Dhartarashtra war is one way of looking at it. But as you have said, there is another way of looking at it, that whether the Pandavas are rightful Kurus, because the Pandavas are born out of Niyoga, and the status of the Niyoga induced sons, it's not a commonplace Niyoga also, because the father is still alive. The status had been challenged by the Kauravas. So there is a question about the Kuruhood of the Pandavas from the other side, from the Dhartarashtra side. And so many scholars also saw it as a Kuru Panchala war, where
Pandavas are always addressed as Kaurava, Kaurava, Kaurava. Arjuna is addressed by Krishna and Bhishma and all others also as Kaurava. People are very strict and so adamant about their Pandavas and sons of Dhritarashtra are only. And even when Dhritarashtra asked Sanjaya, Dharma Kshetre, Kurukshetre, Samaveta, Jujutsava, Mamaka Pandavaschaiva, Kim Apurvato. He did not say Kaurava Pandavaschaiva. He said Mamaka. Mamaka is the Dhartarashtra, sons of mine, and the sons of Pandu. What were they doing? Mamaka Pandavaschaiva, Kim Apurvata Sanjaya. So this is the first verse.
Yes, madam, nobody is denying that actually, but in the same Bhagavad Gita there are phrases like Pravritte Shastra Sampate Dhanuruddhamma Pandava. It is not that the term Pandava is not used in the Mahabharata.
It is not used, but the war is not between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. I said only
that is your position, and I accept that position. Only what I am saying, there are multiple interpretations available, including many scholars who consider it a Kuru Panchala war, where the junior branch of the Kurus, that is the Pandavas, are maritally allied with the Panchalas. So there are many ways. Mahabharata is about multiplicity, not about a singular interpretation. That is all.
So let us turn to the next question. Thank you. Yes.
Well, if I may, since my question was primarily to Professor Raghuram Raju's paper, but just a comment, because I will be engaging with the theme of historicity. Well, what I believe Professor Bosu was saying, or Professor Dr. Sinha was saying, that actually the epithet of Kaurava and Pandava, the war is between the Kurus, but the term is highly contextual. Yeah. When the sons of Pandu are addressed, maybe they use the term Pandava, but when you say that describe the war is fratricidal war between the clan itself. Yeah. So, Doctor, both of you, thank you for your such exhaustive and illuminating presentations. Professor Raghuram Raju, maybe a recommendation or a curiosity. Can we look at your argument, the argument that you made within the space of the time, between the views of the different views, of the difference in the views of Gandhi and Tilak, looking even at the larger framework of Tagore's essay Sahitya Oitihashikota, History in Literature, and Gandhi's comment that history does not reveal the true past. Whereas perhaps Tilak's exhaustive concentration is on so-called historical fact. I mean, his book, The Arctic Home in the Vedas, is pseudo or whatever history you call it. He tries to pin locations, he tries to allude meanings to words, to persons, to incidents, to migrations. Whereas Gandhi is actually trying to fashion a new sensibility. Don't you think that in spite of what Sanjay did in his book, as Mahābhārata, with there's a retribution of evil, the Gita, I also reviewed the book in the seminar. So, Sanjay Palshikar, that actually it is the concern with the concept of evil for Gandhi, as with Tagore, and as differently from the Semitic concept of evil, evil is not a permanent concept. Tagore also said that evil is intellectual error. For the Gita, for the Rāmāyana, for the Mahābhārata, if you read the Vanshavataran-Parva, then they belong to the same father, but with different predominance of different characteristics. So maybe there is no permanent enemy that Gandhi is saying. That is why violence becomes secondary, or violence becomes a very ambiguous weapon. Whereas with Tilak, with time he can specify certain enemies who have to be fought against, as Aurobindo in his earlier incarnations. I do not know whether I have been able to make myself clear, but it is a very tenuous kind of a suggestion. If you could look at it, perhaps you would like to look at it that way also. The concept of evil in both of them. That the difference in there.
The concept of evil is, it requires a different take, which, you mentioned people have taken it. But I think the problem here is the difference between karma and bhakti. And the implications are historically related in the specific sense, which is other than what you are referring to, namely in the context of Indian national movement. These texts are not written in the context of both Gandhi and Tilak. I'm trying to make this conjecture. Are not written as a textual exegesis. Okay, they are written for a very urgent and immediate requirement, because there is this tamasic Indians who have to be made active, and you cannot just do it through bhakti. Okay, bhakti has relapsed into tamas, so you have to raise them up. But after raising them up, it would be Indian national movement would have taken the path of the extremists of Tilak and Sri Aurobindo and others. It is at this juncture you have Gandhi, who is using this contribution. That's why I said relay race contribution, to give a different direction to it. So what concerns me more are these actual political realities in front of Indians, for which texts are used. That's why, for instance, there are, if you strictly look at it compared to Kanal's thing, there are a lot of places where these two people don't use the texts and terminology exactly like what they would be if you are discussing only in the classical discourse, because there is an immediate urgency of nationalism. Okay, how you have to use these things to turn the Indian national movement from the extremists to moderates. And it is here this text seems to have some role played, and I think it's an enormous contribution which is understudied.
Hi, just my question is for Konrad. It's kind of making the whole thing very simplistic. If you look at animal kingdom, struggle for existence and survival of fittest is the main thing. So can the story of Mahābhārata be summarized as a struggle for existence and survival of fittest without going into this a dilemma of morality, immorality, what is revenge, morality? Would it be right to simplify the story to that level?
I would say no. I would say no, because as you have rightly mentioned, that struggle for existence and survival of the fittest, this is coming from Darwinian biology. And of course, human beings are animals. They are subject to everything any animal is subject to. But that is the risk of what we call social Darwinism. That do we apply Darwinian principles to our society, social norms? Because society is not a natural order. Society is a created order. That is the difference between nature and culture. So of course, a society, a culture cannot be something where only animal instincts are let loose. So the question is, which values we are speaking about? Like when the Bhargavas, they are Brahmanas, they are espousing the value of Varna Dharma. That is one kind of value. What I was arguing for, that is a different kind of value, where when Yudhishthir is speaking of Anrishamsa as the highest dharma, when he is asked this question, who can perform Anrishamsa, Yudhishthir is saying anybody, a person of any Varna inclination. So the interesting thing about the Mahabharata is, in its core sections, everyone thinks he or she has a righteous position. The simplistic interpretation that the Pandavas are the righteous and Duryodhana is the unrighteous villain, that is not very much supported by the entire Mahabharata. Some sections are there, as one where everyone is an incarnation, so Duryodhana is the incarnation of Kali. Those kinds of interpretations are also there, but also, I discussed it in the paper, when Yudhishthira's reluctance to vengeance was being discussed. It is not only Draupadi and Kunti. Duryodhana also thinks it's disgraceful for a Kshatriya what the Pandavas are doing. He is saying that they should remember their insult, that they lost the kingdom, their wife was insulted. Why are they begging for a kingdom? A Kshatriya who begs for kingdom, we punish them by sending them to the kitchen like Bhim was, or to the dancing floor like Arjuna was. So they are our cousins, they are Kshatriyas, they should act like Kshatriyas rather than begging for 5 villages. So if we look at one level, Gita says Hateva prapsaste swargo jitta va bhokshase mohim, or swadharme nidhanangshayo paradharma bhayabaho. Duryodhana is the person who is following it to the T. And so when he dies on the battlefield, he is going to the heaven, there is a shower of flowers from heaven. So it is not that Mahabharata is saying that it is an immoral struggle for survival. Everyone has a moral position, everyone. Now the question many people ask, that is it a dharma yuddha? Nobody is righteous. So what is happening? Everyone having a moral position. That is because, as I said, it is an itihasa text. It's not a totally normative text, it's not a creative literature, so it has to be realistic to some degree. People may have values, everyone has some sense of right or wrong. Does not necessarily mean that everyone is able to perform the right actions every time. There are limitations. It is the effort to perform, to do something for what you think is right. Duryodhana is doing that, Yudhishthira is doing that, Karna is doing that, Draupadi is doing that, all from their own perspectives. So what the Mahabharata represents, the difference between Mahabharata and other texts, the only thing, most texts present a singular interpretation of Dharma, that this is the highest Dharma, including the Rāmāyana. It is only Mahabharata which is repeatedly saying that Dharma is a manifold, it is multiple. This multiplicity of Dharma is a concept in the Mahabharata, which is, I would say, its unique contribution, even to the Bhagavad Gita. That's why this debate, that the idea of Nishkama Karman, that you perform desireless action, and the idea of moksha, that Sarvadharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Braja, so your action doesn't matter, only bhakti matters. Totally contradicting ideas at some level. But multiplicity. Gita also says that there are many ways of approaching the same goal. So that is, I think, what the Mahabharata is arguing. Not about immorality, but that there are various possible moralities.
Thank you. I have a small question. I am professionally an engineer. This is to Mr. Raju. I am being born in a deep Gandhian family. You were telling that no context on, philosophically it was written. We have bound volumes of Young India, which used to be published by Mahadev Desai with my father. I have not read many. But then these, publications and everyday Sabarmati speech, few of them I read. It was very revealing. What do you think about that? And Gita Rahasya is also with me. Being an engineer, I have, in projects and all that, I have always followed ahimsa, means I was get out for 5 days. Then ultimately the Home Secretary, saved me with a suo motu judgment. Thank you.
Yeah. There are a lot of texts. I'm only concentrating on one particular text. That's why I said that all these political leaders are also extensive writers. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you all to our distinguished chairs, speakers and guests for enriching the day's discussion. We will once again convene here tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the final day of the conference. I wish you all a good day and see you bright and early tomorrow. Thank you.